All right, surfers in the water, 3 minutes. Everyone on the beach, 3 minutes until we get going with finals day of the South African Open Surfing Championships, brought to you by Tidy Towns. If you were thinking of what to do today, this is what you need to be doing, folks. You need to be at this beach. You're going to see South Africa's premier surfers battling it out for the coveted title of South African Surfing Champion, as well as the team events. Remember, we've got 8 districts represented here, and each district really wants to take home 1, 2, or 3 of those trophies. Remember, we got the Open Trophy, the Masters Trophy, and then the Combined Trophy. So everybody's points going in to a tally and giving you a team total. Little over 1 minute to go, surfers. There we go. We got 1 minute to the start. Surfers in the water, stand by. All right, surfers, 20 seconds to start. No more surfing until the start, please. We've got 15 seconds. And St. Mark's, surfers in the water, set your watches. St. Michael's, get ready for entertainment. Counting you down in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. And there it is, we're on, we're live. It's finals day here at the Tidy Town South African Surfing Championships. Up first, folks. No, they don't need any real introduction, but we'll do it anyway. Buffalo City's Greg Emsley in red. He's against Grant Baker from Eden in white and Dale Bamford from eThekwini Surf Association in yellow. 3 men battling it out, 19.5 minutes on the clock, and they will be looking to get to the finals of the over 45 men's division. Possibly joining them in the next heat, a very early check-in call, Tristan Johnson, Gary van Vuuringen, and Lyle Botcher. Wow, what a heat that is. All right, so 2 guys from each heat going through to make up a 4-man final. And remember, finals will now be 25 minutes long, an extra 5 minutes of surfing per final, just to entertain you and to give the surfers a little bit more time to get those excellent scores. So straight after the over 45 men's semi-finals, we go into the over 40 men's semis, and then over 35 men's semis, over 30 women's final. So our first final will be taking place somewhere around 9:36 this morning. And what a final that promises to be. Just looking at the lineup. So if you just joined us, welcome. If you're tuning in online from the comfort of your very warm house, welcome. We've been through all sorts of weather and conditions here over the last 6 days, you know, from 2 foot, what we're seeing now, to 10 foot with a jet ski assist, perfect 10s. It's all been happening down here at St. Mark's, and today promises to be no different. The wave a little bit smaller, the tide a little bit higher in the morning, but a full day of action coming your way, and the champions will all be crowned after 2:30 this afternoon, which could be closer to 3 now with the time increase. 18 minutes left in this heat. Remember, each heat is 20 minutes long. Surfers can catch a maximum of 10 waves and 2 waves counting for their tally. Each wave scored out of a possible 10 points, with 10 being the best and 0 obviously being the worst. We've seen a lot more in the 10 range, or the high range rather, as Dale Bamford looks to kick off proceedings here. We'll bit of chatter on the wave face, but still offshore conditions this morning, and Dale Bamford going up and down there, wave number 1. He's no slouch, Greg Emsley from Buffalo City, getting going. Nice little fast section here. I definitely think we're going to see some radical maneuvers today as Greg Emsley gets to turn number 3. Lightning fast on that board. Whew, the foot finishing it off right in the mid-break section there. So, early marker thrown down by the surfer in red. The judges will be setting the scales early this morning, making sure they get an accurate assessment of the first couple waves ridden, and that should set the tone for the rest of the day. And I suppose if you're setting the tone, you want guys like Greg Emsley, Dale Bamford, and Grant Baker as your tone setters. So we'll stand by there, guys. Plenty of time, 16.5 on the clock. Standing by for first of red, first of yellow. Tristan Johnson, Gary van Vuuringen, and Lyle Botcher, you're up next. That's semi-final heat number 2 of the men's over 40 division. And a big shout out to Eagle Media. They are bringing us live to the interweb here. Some live action on our screens. If you're not here at the beach, you can watch the live action on YouTube. Just search for South African Surfing Championships, or Tidy Town South African Surfing Championships. Just waiting for scores to drop in there, surfers. Stand by. 15 minutes remaining. Judges are setting the scales. We'll give you an update of the first 2 waves very shortly. All right, ladies and gentlemen, the scales have been set, and they've been set by that man, Greg Emsley, in red. 8.25 for opening ride of the surfer in red. A 4.63 is for Dale Bamford, surfer in yellow. That's why we deliberate a lot in the first wave. They want to get it right, and I think they've got it absolutely spot on. Excellent surfing there by Greg Emsley. Just under 14 minutes remaining. Situation with just a couple of waves, red leading, yellow second. Still waiting to be entertained by that man in white, Twiggy Baker. 13.5 minutes on the clock. We've had an excellent ride already, and things have just started. Keep your eyes on the water. He will have priority. It's a little bit smaller than he's used to, but still nice. Smooth surfing to start off here for the big wave world champ. Just a series of cutbacks as the sun gets nicely into our eyes here, and Twiggy Baker gets to work. Turn number 5 for the big wave surfer. We'll stand by and see what the judges thought of that. We'll be able to give you a one wave situation update after that. 12.5 left on the clock, surfers. 12.5 minutes remaining. All right, first of white dropping in at a 4.25. So with one wave ridden by each surfer, surfer in red out in front with an 8.25, surfer in yellow, Dale Bamford from eThekwini, you've got yourself a 4.63. Grant Baker, surfer in white from Eden, you've got a 4.25. So red leads over yellow, over white, but early days, remember, they need at least 2 waves to go into their tally to get an accurate score out of 20. Can tell you that Greg Emsley's got 8.25 out of 10 for his first wave, which deems it to be in the excellent range. And what a way to start. 11 minutes remaining, surfers. 11 minutes remaining. And they are fighting it out for a spot in the final of the over 45 men's division. All right, 10 minutes remaining, surfers. 10 minutes, a little over. Priority currently sitting with the surfer in yellow. It's eThekwini's Dale Bamford sitting with priority. Second priority with your heat leader in red, and third priority with your surfer in white. There we go, he's using his priority. That's eThekwini up and riding, Dale Bamford. Got some wave to work with here. He's going to have to finish very nice and strongly there, and he helps to get out of that one and out to the back. That means priority would have now switched to the surfer in red, and Dale Bamford locking in wave number 2. So we'll wait by, or stand by rather, for that score to drop. And then we should be able to give you the requirements. And there it is, last of yellow, 2 points. Last of yellow, 2 points. What this means now for the Eden surfer in white, Grant Baker, you now require a 2.47 if you want to make that final. Surfer in red still out in front with the one wave, an 8.25. So he can increase his lead. Dale Bamford holding down second currently with a 4.63 and a 2.80. Time check, 18 minutes, 10 seconds. 18 minutes and 10 seconds remaining. Priority lies with red. Remember, surfers in the heat, we're back to paddling out today. You can paddle out on the 5-minute mark. And please, today, especially with the morning glare, stay well clear of the surfers in the current heat. Once again, a big shout out to Eagle Media, giving us live action and bringing it to the internet. So if you can't make it to the beach, get onto YouTube and watch us live. South African Surfing Championships, brought to you by Tidy Towns. Looks like eThekwini surfer Dale Bamford not happy with the equipment, looking at a board changer. He's still got plenty of time though, 7 minutes remaining. Red leading over yellow. White looking for a 2.47. And priority currently sitting with red, second priority white. Keep your eyes on the water, folks. He's had a paddle. He needs a score. Grant Twiggy Baker. And getting to work here. Turn number 2 for Twig. Number 3, he's going to have to maximize this one. Try to get the biggest score possible to get him out of third. And finishing off very nicely indeed. Showing some commitment there on that last turn. Must have been scary for Twig. All right, 5 minutes 50. Standing by for last of white. And then a situation update. And it sends him all the way to number 1. Grant Baker, your last wave, 4.8. You take the lead. Greg Emsley down to second, although you require a 0.80 if you want to take the lead back from the surfer in white. What this means for surfer in yellow, eThekwini, Dale Bamford, you now require a 3.63. Priority with the surfer in red. 5 minutes remaining. Guys are good for the next heat. Five-minute surfers. Situation, white leading, red second. Surfer in yellow from eThekwini, you're looking for a 3.63. Currently Eden and Buffalo City going through to the final. But it would be foolish to call that this early. 4 minutes 45. All right, so surfer in yellow, Dale Bamford with some new equipment. You are now looking for a 3.63 to get out of fourth and into second. Grant Baker has taken the lead. Three minutes 45. There we go. He's getting busy. He's just had a wave. Grant Baker onto wave number 3. This one offering up some nice scoring potential early on. Twig gets to work. The judges got their work cut out for them here. Going to have a bit of a flurry of activity here. And Grant Baker finishing off turn number 5 into the middle there. It's some very clinical surfing by the big wave world champ, and here's the ex-World Tour campaigner, Greg Emsley. He's already got an excellent score to his name and loving that one. Let's see if he sticks that, just the 2 turns, but very good nonetheless. 3 minutes, surfers, 3 minutes will mean that priority shifts straight to the surfer in yellow. All right, so for those of you online, we've got the replay, and it's pretty cool to watch as we watch Grant Baker once again going for multiple turns on that wave. And then Greg Emsley will be soon behind him. So for those of you on the beach, we've got a live feed here to YouTube, and we get a couple of replays coming through to our screen. So we've got a dual job here. We've got to talk to the guys online, and we've got to talk to the guys on the beach. Surfers stand by. We're waiting for scores to drop in a situation update. What we can tell you is yellow has priority, and he's going to need a reasonably big score, but we're just waiting for those numbers to come in. 2 minutes. Dale, you got 2 minutes remaining. You have priority. And we have a situation change. Greg Emsley shooting to the lead once again with a 6.38. Last of white, a 5.03. You're in second position. What this means is surfer in yellow from eThekwini, you need a 5.2. A 5.2, Dale Bamford, is your requirement if you want to get ahead of Eden's Grant Baker, currently sitting in second. 90 seconds remaining. We all get very excited in the tower when our morning coffee order gets done. Yeah, big shout out to Sea Barley for giving us delicious coffee all week long and some pretty delicious food. So thanks very much for keeping us fed and happy. 1 minute, 10 seconds. Surfers, 1 minute, 10. eThekwini looking for 5.2. Buffalo City in the lead and Eden clinging on to second position. 1 minute, surfers. 1 minute remaining. Guys, remember, if you're in the next heat, just stay well clear of the guys in this heat because we're still crawling priority, please. And we've got a hard time seeing. 20 seconds, guys. Dale Bamford, you've got 20 seconds to find that 5.20. Time, unfortunately, not on the side of the eThekwini surfer as we get into the final 5 seconds. We're going to count it down in 4, 3, 2, 1. All right, and that's the way it goes sometimes. Surfers in the water, stand by for your automatic start in 3, 2, 1. Well done, Greg Emsley and Grant Baker. Hard luck, Dale Bamford. Tristan Johnson, Buffalo City in red. Gary van Vuuringen, Ugu in white. And Lyle Botcher from Ilembe in yellow. Good morning, Devon Hartley. Nice to see all the guys coming down to support. I can tell you the Ugu guys are getting a lot of support today. We've rustled up people from all up and down the coast. Come and support the likes of Gary and Heather and Gavin, all the rest of the rippers from Ugu. So well done to the local district for putting on such an awesome event and staying competitive. Of course, eThekwini are the reigning champions. And by the looks of it, they will not have an over 45 men in the final. So that's a bit of a blow to their campaign. Just in case you thought the heats were going to get boring, folks, we'll tell you that David Weir, Sean Holmes, and Andrew Langer will be on the next one. So sorry to disappoint. And after that, Tyrell Johnson, Gavin Roberts, and Darren Knutson. Wow. Action-packed all the way. So remember, guys, we're going to ask you time and time again, if you're on the next heat, you need to stay at least 50 to 100 meters away from the people in the current heat. And this is so we can call priority correctly. Our spotters are doing an excellent job, but they also want to make sure they get it right. So thank you for your cooperation. Lyle Botcher, he's been leaving it late for a couple heats, so getting to work early here. And the bigger Ilembe surfer getting to work nicely, using the whole face of the wave there, wrapping around at that trademark Botcher cutback. And loving it there as the beach starts to shut for their people in the water. Remember, it's a team event, so you are allowed a certain amount of assistance, but what you want is your team shouting and screaming for you to get those valuable points. Now, Lyle Botcher, wave number 1 under his belt. Looked like a goodie. Let's wait and see what the judges thought. Eyes on the water, folks. Ugu up and riding. That's Gary van Vuuringen. Nice smooth style to get start. He said he was amped. He's looking very amped. Nice power surfing down the line there by the Ugu surfer in white. Gary van Vuuringen. He's from up the coast, but he spent many, many hours ripping here at St. Mark's, and it goes to show there with that wave, multiple turns. All right, so we're standing by for 2 opening rides, one of white or one of yellow. 16.5 minutes on the clock. All right, so we're just waiting for scores to drop. We'll give a situation update. What we can tell you is there's 15 minutes remaining. We're just going to go quiet for a minute or two while they do the interview with the last winner of the heat, Greg Emsley. Well done, Greg. Some excellent surfing. All right, surfers, I'll just give you your wave scores very quickly. Their last of white, 8.25 for the Ugu surfer. Gary van Vuuringen, a massive 8.25. And Lau Botcha, no sloucher, 6.13. So that is the situation. 14 minutes remaining. All right, apologies for the radio silence. They're just doing a nice interview there with the the finalists of the over 45 men, Grant and Greg. So well done to them for making it through. Surfers in the water, update with 10 minutes remaining. Lal Botcha, you lead this heat. Your scoring rides a 6.13 and a 5.13. So Lembi out in front. Ugu, hot on his heels. Gary, your scoring waves are 8.25 and a 2.38. And Tristan Johnson, Buffalo City, getting to work nicely. One ride is 6.63. Tristan, you require a 4.01 if you want to get out of third into second. Priority sits with the Ugu surfer. 9 minutes, just over 9 minutes remaining. Yellow leading, white second, red third. Both yellow and white with 2 waves to their name. The Buffalo City surfer in red, Tristan Johnson, having a nice 6.63 to open up proceedings. He now requires a 4.01 if he wants to take Buffalo City into that final. Of course, 2 guys vying to meet Grant Twiggy Baker and Greg Emsley in the final. And what a final that is going to be. Add any one of these 3 to it. And we're going to have a final for the ages. Up next, David Weir, Sean Holmes, Andrew Langer. Remember, guys, you can paddle out on the 5 minute, but please stay at least 100 meters away from the current heat. There we go, Ugu up and riding, floating the section, getting around, and getting out of that one. So that's your Ugu surfer. Here's your heat leader, Lal Botcha. He had a bit of trouble in the pool yesterday, seems to be having no trouble out there this morning. And, wave number 3 for the Lembi surfer. So he seems to be really enjoying that last section there, getting that tail flicking around and whipping his supporters up into a frenzy on the beach. That's Lal Botcha with 7 minutes remaining. He was leading your heat, but we're standing by for last of white, last of yellow, and that's going to give you a accurate situation update for the surfer with priority, Tristan Johnson in red from Buffalo City. Just the 1 wave to his name. Requirements may change after last of yellow and white. We're just standing by for those to drop. Oh, good looking wave going through there, unridden. 5 minute surfers, 5 minutes remaining of semi-final number 2 of the over 45 men. Standing by for some scores and a situation update. Surfers in the next heat are free to paddle out. All right, scores dropping now. It's not going to factor in. Situation remains unchanged for the requirement of red. Buffalo City, you're looking for 4.01. Alembi, you're leading. Ugu, second. Buffalo City in third. Surfer in red, Tristan Johnson, a 4.01 is your requirement. 4.5 left on the clock. All right, surfers, down to the final 4 minutes. Situation, Alembi, yellows, Lau Botcha, you're in the lead. Ugu's Gary van Vuuringen in white in second. Tristan Johnson from Buffalo City in red. He's looking for 4.01. Now, we know by the ability of Tristan Johnson, that is not a big requirement. He just simply needs the wave to catch it, and he has priority. So priority sitting with the surfer in red from Buffalo City. 3 minutes, 30 seconds remaining. If you've just joined us, welcome to the Tidy Town South African Surfing Championships. We will be crowning all of the winners today. Great to have everyone on the beach supporting their respective teams. And a big shout out to Tidy Towns and Ugu District Surf Riders for putting on such an awesome event for us. 56 sponsors came on board. Have a look around you on the beach. You can see the myriad of flags and teardrop banners. And a couple shout outs to guys like Remax, just keeping us hydrated all the time. I know Scott Finn was also throwing some water out there. So really good to have the guys keeping everyone hydrated and able to carry on with the competition. Lots of other big sponsors, of course. We will mention them throughout the day, but a big shout out to all of you. Something like this is not possible without a lot of money, and a lot of money needs to come from a lot of businesses. And that is pretty much the Tidy Towns model, which has cleaned up this beach of St. Michael's so well. They've come in, they've joined forces with the local businesses, they've gotten everyone on board, all the stakeholders, and as a result, we've got a beautiful beach. Clean, safe, and a happy place for the kids to grow up. 2 minute surfers, Buffalo City, your requirement's still a 4.01. Of course, Buffalo City down in East London, formerly Border Surfing. Two minute surfers, 2 minutes remaining. "90 seconds. This is when surfing gets interesting, folks. There's a requirement needed. The rules determine that red has priority. He needs a score. It's not a massive score. Only time will tell. And there we go. It could be the last roll of the dice for the Buffalo City surfer. He gets up and riding, but unfortunately not getting around that section. That means priority will then shift swiftly to Ugu Surfer in white with 1 minute remaining. Standing by for last red. We'll see what the judges thought, but judging on what we've had ridden so far, it's not enough. Not enough. Last red, 1 point. Tristan Johnson, you are still looking for a 4.01. 40 seconds. Priority sitting with the surfer in white. If I was Lau Botcha, I'd be sticking on him. But 30 seconds. And there we go. He uses his priority. He's had a paddle. He's up and riding. It's your Ugu surfer, Gary van Vuuringen, snapping it faster than a ninja kicks. 15 seconds remaining, and Gary's getting to work very nicely on that wave. Into the final 10, finishing off in the flats. Counting you down in 4, 3, 2, 1. All right, so standby heat in the water. You are currently on hold. Just waiting for finalization of the last heat. As we watch the guys coming in there. So well done, unofficially, Lyle Botcher and Gary van Veeringen. Bid farewell to Buffalo City's Tristan Johnson at this juncture. And your finalists have been made up for the over 45 men. All right, heat in the water. Stand by for automatic start in 3, 2, 1. Ugu taking out the win. Gary van Veeringen with a 6 point, his last wave. Lyle Botcher joining him. They will be taking on Greg Emsley and Grant Baker. What a final that's going to be. But the action continues. We are determining the finalists now of the over 40 division. And in red from eThekwini, we've got Dave Weir, Sean Holmes representing Eden in white, and local lad Andrew Langer from Ugu in yellow. So up next, Tyrell Johnson, defending champ Gav Roberts, Darren Knutson. You guys can paddle out when there's 5 minutes remaining and stay at least 100 meters from the competitors in the current heat, please. All right, early days still, 17 and a half minutes. Ocean's gone a bit flatter as we are watching the men's over 40 semi-final. Heat number 1, heat 2 up next. So out of the 6 surfers still in contention, 4 will go to that 20-minute final. Who will it be? David Weir from eThekwini surfing, he's in red. Sean Holmes from Eden, he's in white. And Andrew Langer from Ugu, he is in yellow. All 3 of them pretty accomplished surfers. If you're joining us online, welcome. You are watching South Africa's premier surfing event, the South African Surfing Championships. It's brought to you by Tidy Towns. We have a live feed on YouTube, and they're seeing exactly what we're seeing here. Replays, so if you miss any of the action, you get to watch it again. So if you want to log in on YouTube so you can get the replays as well as be live on the beach, you could also do that. Big shout out to Wolf Security for keeping us safe, assisting with all of the feeds, all of the electronic stuff with Tristan Furu, bringing it all to us live. Big shout out to Eagle Media joining the fray now and bringing us to the internet. Of course, if you just want to follow the heats, go to liveheats.com, search for South African Surfing Championships, and you can follow the heats. It's just live scoring. If you want to watch the action, go to YouTube, check us out. This is the Tidy Towns SA Surfing Championships. We'll be crowning all of the divisions as well as the overall winners. Remember, it is a team event as well as an individual event. And don't forget about those 3 surfboards up for grabs. First surfboard will be going to the surfer, male or female, with the highest heat total. And I believe that honor now lies with Chris Knudsen. He's got himself a 19.5 or something around there. He pipped Twiggy Baker, who also had a high 19. But it's still open and up for grabs. Zoe Stein was holding out the highest heat total for the first 4 days, I think. And then on day 5, it was finally eclipsed. Doesn't mean that it's going that way. Someone can still take it away from Chris Knudsen. And then, of course, the standout female and standout male surfer, not necessarily to win SA Champs, but they will also be awarded with a Built surfboard. So big shout out to the guys from Built. 3 surfboards going home with surfers today. Pretty slow start to this heat, though. We've got 13 minutes, 40 seconds. It's over 40 men's semi-final heat number 1. Priority still yet to be determined. And Dave Weir, eThekwini, about to entertain us. Just a quick in and out there. As we've seen conditions shifting somewhat down the beach. Going a little bit more north than we've seen the guys surfing. But there's some lovely waves there offering some great scoring opportunity. And Ugu gets to work here. Here's Andrew Langer. You can hear the whistles from the beach as he gets his team frothing for more. There's Andrew Langer, wave number 1 for the surfer in yellow. All right, so we've got eThekwini on the board. Dave, your first wave is 0.75. And we'll wait for that wave of Andrew Langer's. A decent opening ride for the Ugu surfer. So it'll give us a little bit of position, and it will give us our first priority. Sean Holmes, priority number 1 sits with you. That's the surfer in white from Eden. He now has priority. First of yellow, 4.75. So first of yellow, Andrew Langer, 4.75. Time check, 12 minutes. Situation, it's pretty inconsequential now because only 2 surfers have caught 1 wave, but Andrew Langer finds himself out in the lead. David Weir finds himself in second. Sean Holmes, the Eden surfer in white, looking to open up your account. Your requirement at this stage is 0.76. Well, I say it doesn't really make too much difference now as we've still got plenty of time in the heat and each surfer wants to lock in at least 2 waves. Each wave being scored out of a possible 10 points, and the higher your score, the better the wave. We've seen plenty waves in what we call the excellent range. That's when surfers are getting above 7.5. And Davey Weir, no stranger to the excellent range. Snapping it and uncharacteristically coming off on turn number 2 there for eThekwini. But nonetheless, 2 waves under the belt for Dave. Let's stand by for that score to drop. 11 minutes, surfers, 11 minutes. Tyrell Johnson, Gavin Roberts, Darren Knudsen. You're up next. And Davey, we're having a look down the beach there, looking to sneak one under priority. Priority still sitting with Sean Holmes. Last of red, 3.25. Last of red at 3.25. Yellow, you still lead with your one wave of 4.75. Red now into second. Dave, you'll be looking to replace at 0.75. Your other scoring wave at 3.25. And Sean Holmes and White from Eden, you're now looking for 4 points. You have priority, 10 minutes remaining. He's not going to wait for a priority. Ugu gets up and running on wave number 2. It's Andrew Langer. And seemingly enjoying his forehand attack out there. Looking to maximize this one, getting over the section, floats again. All of a sudden, he's got a bit of length to ride and could finish off quite nicely here. Remember, the judges want to see ultimate commitment on those last turns. And a decent wave there by Surfer in yellow. So we'll be standing by for that wave to come in. It looked like a bit of a sluggish wave to start, and then he floated that big section, finished off with a nice snap. Possibly changing the requirement for the surfer in second. That would be Dave Weir at this stage. The requirement for White will not change. Requirement will stay at 4 points for White to get into second. And for those of you online, you've just had the benefit of the replay, watching that wave over and over again by Andrew Langer. Wonderful to have technology. All right, last of yellow, 588. Last of yellow, 588. That means Ugu has a firm hold on this heat. Dave Weir, if you're looking to take the lead, a 738 your requirement. He's still in second. Sean Holmes, your requirement still 4 points. So conditions unfortunately dropping off from what we've seen. We've had it all this week, folks. We've had 3 foot, we've had 6 foot, we've had 8 foot, we've had jet ski assist, we've had perfect 10s. And here we go, the giant killer, Sean Holmes, getting to wave number 1 on the 6.5 minute mark. He's no slouch. And representing Eden, of course, hailing from the Eastern Cape. He's got that other break down the coast there that he likes to surf quite often. 6 minutes remaining, folks. 6 minutes. Standing by for first of White. He had a smallish requirement. We're going to wait to see what the judges thought of that, and could possibly change things for the surfer in red. Andrew Langer, though, surfer in yellow. He's got a couple of waves to his name, a 4.75 and a 5.88. He finds himself in first position. We'll just stand by as we watch the replay online once again here. Priority being used wisely here by Dave Weir. He's not going to wait for any requirements. He's just going to go out there and get himself a wave. 2 good snaps to start off here by eThekwini Surfer in red. He'll be looking to finish very, very strongly. Nice, powerful style there. And working his way down, all the way down the beach and finishing off in the midsection there. That's Dave Weir from eThekwini. 5 minutes, surfers. 5 minutes left on the clock. Guys, in the next heat, you've got the all clear. All right, so some action there. Judges got their work cut out for them. I'm going to stand by for those scores to drop and then a situation update. If you've just joined us, welcome to the Tidy Town South African Surfing Championships. We'll be crowning all divisions today, and the team who are the South African champions overall will also be crowned. Remember, we've got Open Division, Masters Division, so there's a trophy for each division, but then there's also a trophy for the combined divisions. We have 8 districts surfing. Ugu is the host district. We've got a few from KZN, eThekwini, and Alembi. And then we start going down the coast. We've got Buffalo City, we've got Eden, and then we get into the Western Cape surfing, Cape Winelands. So people from all over the Republic battling it out here to become surfing champion. And Dave Weir, first of red, a 7.88. We'll keep that one under wraps for now. Not first of red, I beg your pardon, third of red, as Ugu gets up and riding on his third wave. So Andrew Langer bumped down to second momentarily. A 7.88 last of red. A very good wave by the surfer from eThekwini. First of white, a 7.38. We've got a heat on our hands, folks. 3.5 on the clock. Standing by for last of yellow, then an accurate situation update. I don't think it would factor in. All right, last of yellow coming in, a 3.13 situation, folks, with 3 minutes 20 on the clock. Davey Weir shoots to number 1. eThekwini in the lead. Ugu second. What this means is Sean Holmes, your 7.38, you need to back it up with a 3.25. Surfer in white, a 3.25 is your requirement. All right, surfers, 2 minutes 45 once again. Surfer in white, netting himself a 7.38 to kick off proceedings. Looking for a 3.25. Priority sitting with Sean Holmes. David Weir getting out into first, and Andrew Langer hanging on in second. Andrew, if you want to take the lead, you need a 5.26. The joy and the glory of an almond milk cappuccino. Thank you, C. Barley. Two minutes, surfers. Remember, if you're in the next heat, just carry on paddling a bit further out there. Thank you. 2 minutes. Sean Holmes looking for a 3.25. You can get it with his eyes closed. "90 seconds, surfers, 90 seconds remaining." Using his priority, it's the Eden surfer in white, Sean Holmes. He's no slouch. Gets going here on wave number 2. And starting off very, very nicely indeed. Multiple turns. And Eden is on the board here. A very decent wave. Not finishing off there for the Eden surfer, but possibly doing enough. Stand by. We'll give you a situation update. Red, you have priority. Means yellow will have second priority. 1 minute to go, surfers. Can tell you with some certainty that yellow is probably going to need a score to get out of third. But let's wait and see what the judges thought. 55 seconds. Local guy, Andrew Langer, still needs a score, yeah. 45 seconds remaining. 30 seconds, surfers, 30 seconds. I can't give you the requirements. I can tell you there will be a requirement. We've got a paddle here. Red has priority. It's tactics. We've seen tactics here, folks. 20 seconds remaining. Going for broke here. Andrew Langer from Ugu. Into the final 10 seconds, folks. The next heat, you will almost certainly be on hold momentarily. Counting you down in 3, 2, 1. All right, so the judge is still looking in scores. Semi-final heat number 2, you're on hold. Let us just finalize this last heat. Wow. I always say you'd like to be a judge, but you don't want to be a judge at the end there. Just looking at the replay here online, guys going for broke. And surfer in white, Sean Holmes, as we watch him on the replay. A very, very nice looking wave here. Multiple turns, so standing by.
Yes, this is high tech, eh? Tidy Town's
Okay, guys, we're just finalizing the last heat. Please stand by. We will have some radio silence for 30 seconds in the start of the first heat. I mean, the start of semi-final number 2. Okay, surfers in the water. Set your watches. Counting you down in 3, 2, 1. We're just getting the microphones back up and running here, folks. Testing 1, testing. Tidy Towns. All right, just in a mic test there. Surfers in the water, can you hear us? Raise your hands if you can. Thank you very much, Darren Knudsen. Still just getting things right here, guys. As soon as we are 100%, we'll carry on. And a couple of surfers in this semi-final heat number 2 getting waves under their belt. Surfer in red, Tyrell Johnson from Buffalo City. Ugu's Gavin Roberts, he's in white, and Darren Knutson in yellow. He's from Ilembe. So got 2 KZN, 1 Eastern Cape, and still just getting the mark right here. So please bear with us. We'll be handing you over to Gabby Lavo shortly. She'll be taking us through the next few heats. All right, Gabby, welcome. Welcome back.
Thank you so much, Ant. And it's the morning of the finals. Exciting stuff here. We're on to the over 40 men's semi-final heat 2. So first of red, Tyrell Johnson, an 8.0. First of red, an 8. It's an excellent way to start the heat. First of white, a 6.13. So not even 5 minutes have passed in this heat, and we've seen some great scores so far. This is a stacked heat. Introducing to you in the water. In red, we have Tyrell Johnson representing Buffalo City. In white, Gavin Roberts from Ugu. And in yellow, Darren Knutson representing Ilembe. So the conditions have changed a lot in comparison with yesterday, but it's still really good out there. And that's contest surfing. You have to be able to adapt to whatever conditions the ocean provides. 15 minutes remaining, surfers. 15 minutes on the clock. Surfers in the next heat you can check in. That's Warren Seymour, Brandon Jackson, Wesley O'Driscoll, and Royden Bryson. So priority is with Surf in yellow, Darren Knutson. So after this semi-final, we move into the over 35 men's semi-finals, and then into the finals of the over 30 women. Surfer in yellow up and riding. This is Darren Knutson on his first ride of the heat. Great timing on that first turn. Unfortunately, unable to come around this section. Last of yellow, a 3.13. Last of yellow, a 3.13. So situation, red leads with white in second and Surfer and Red in third, looking for a 3.01. So priority is with Surfer and Red, our heat leader. But watching, this is Surfer and Yellow, Darren Knudsen. Surfing for Ilembe, and Darren just made it through his heat in the last 10 seconds yesterday and earned his spot in the semi-final. So Surfers in the water halfway through this heat with 10 minutes remaining. Still waiting for last of yellow as we watch Surfer and Red, Tyrell Johnson up and riding. Looking to get barreled, but that wave was not really doing that. And a strong finish from Buffalo City's Tyrell Johnson. Priority is now with Surfer and White, Gavin Roberts. And he's utilizing his priority. Gav Roberts, unfortunately, does not finish that turn. So Gav is a previous champion at St. Mike's. Surf and Yellow up and riding. Big snap from Darren Knudsen. And a strong finish. So that was great surfing from Ilembe's Darren Knudsen. So watching the replay. Surf and White up and riding. Gavin Roberts looking for a backup ride. So 8 minutes remaining, surfers. Judges still debating those last few rides. It's great to have a replay system here. Surf and Yellow out the back with priority. decides to let Red have a look at this ride. This is Tyrell Johnson. We've seen such great surfing from Tyrell this whole event. And that was a massive closeout turn. Seven minutes remaining, surfers. 7 minutes on the clock. Tristan Frew, can you please come to the tower? Surfing yellow up and riding. This is Darren Knutson. Surfing for Ilembe. Sorry, surfers in the water, just waiting for scores and having some technical problems here. So Tristan Frew, please can you come to the tower? So surfers in the water, 4 minutes and 10 seconds on the clock. Having some technical difficulties here, but I will update you as soon as I can. All right, there we go. So we're back. So previous of Surfer in Red, a 5.68. Last of White, a 3.83. Previous of Surfer in Yellow, a 4.75. So situation, Red leads with White in second. Surfer in Yellow down in third. Yellow, you require a 5.22 to advance. And you have 3.5 minutes to do so. So priority is with Surfer in White, Gavin Roberts, currently in second place. Two and a half minutes remaining. Surfers situation unchanged with Red, Tyrell Johnson out in front, sitting with an 8.0 and a 5.68. Surfer in white in second with a 6.13 and a 3.83. And Surfer in yellow in third place, sitting with a 3.33 and a 4.75. Surfer in yellow, you require a 5.22 to advance. Priority is white, red, yellow. Ninety seconds remaining, surfers, 90 seconds. Surfer in yellow still down in third, looking for a 5.22. One minute remaining, surfers, 1 minute on the clock. Surfer in red up and riding. This is our heat leader with 30 seconds on the clock. Really powerful surfing from Tyrell. And I've been very impressed with him all event. He's representing Buffalo City. And still going on the inside. Manages to get so many more turns in. Great surfing from Surfer in red with 10 seconds remaining. Surfers in the water, counting you down in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. So unofficially, congratulations to Tyrell Johnson taking the win over Gavin Roberts. We'll see them later on today in the final. So surfers in the next heat, you guys are on hold. Surfers in the next heat, you guys are on hold. Whoa, last of red, a 7.25. So Tyrell Johnson winning that heat with an 8.0 and a 7.25. Surfers in the next heat, you guys are still on hold. Right, surfers in the water, counting you down in 3, 2, 1. Surfer in red up and riding. This is Warren Seymour. So scores coming in now with 18 minutes remaining. Surfers, last of red, a 2.38. First of white, a 0.88. So surfers in this heat, in red we have Warren Seymour representing Buffalo City. In white, Brandon Jackson. Just dropped a nice score, but I'll wait to announce that. Surfer in yellow, Wesley O'Driscoll surfing for Ugu. And surfer in blue, Royden Bryson also representing Ugu. So last of white, a 7.38. Last of white, Brandon Jackson, a 7.38. Surfer in blue up and riding now, Royden Bryson. Big vertical backhand snap. Really powerful surfing. He's surfing for Ugu. And surfer in yellow up and riding behind him. Wesley O'Driscoll goes for broke. Unfortunately unable to land that turn. And surfer in red. Quick in and out from Warren. So we move into the over 35 men semi-finals. This is heat one. We'll have one more semi-final after this before we move into the finals, starting with the over 30 women and then moving into the over 60 men. So surfer in white, your last ride is 7.38. Still waiting for some scores to come in. Surf in yellow up and riding. This is Wesley O'Driscoll surfing for Ugu. And a well-surfed wave by yellow. So scores coming in. Ugu, previous of blue, Royden Bryson, an 8.88. So previous of blue, an 8.88. It's enough to move you up into the lead. So situation, blue leads with white in second, surfer in red in third. Sorry. Last of yellow at 3.2, so situation, blue leads with white in second, surfer in yellow in third, looking for a 5.07, and surfer in yellow in fourth, looking for a 5.89. So 14 minutes on the clock, surfers. Within the first 6 minutes of this heat, we've seen an 8, we've seen a 7. And we can see that the boys in this heat really want it. Everyone wants to be in the finals. And most importantly, everyone would like to win this event, but there can only be one winner. So just a call to surfers in the next semi-final, Matt van Rensburg, Dan Redmond, Jono Bruton, and Scott Fenter. Surfer in yellow up and riding. Staying very busy in this heat. This is Wesley O'Driscoll. Kicks out of that ride. The level of surfing in this contest has been so incredible to watch. It's not often that I'm used to calling out 8s and 7s and 10s. So yeah, excellent surfing from everyone in this event. With 12 and a half minutes on the clock in this heat, situation unchanged. Blue leads with white in second, surf and yellow in third, looking for a 4.89 now. Last of yellow, a 3.38, so it goes into your top two. Surf and yellow, you are looking for a 4.89. And surf and red, down in fourth, looking for a 5.89. Good morning, Ali Brand. Surfer in blue up and riding, our heat leader, Royden Bryson. He's surfing for Ugu, and you can hear the cheers down on the beach. We love the support. A great looking ride from Surfer in red. Finishes on the inside. Surfer in white up and riding now. Brandon Jackson. So the level of surfing in this heat is incredible. We know that all of these surfers can post very high scores on any occasion. Strong finish from Surfer in white though. That was Brandon Jackson surfing for eThekwini. 10 minutes remaining. Surfers halfway through this heat now. Waiting for scores from that last exchange. Surfer in yellow up and riding, quick in and out. Decides he'd like to sit out the back with priority. So a tactical move from Surfer in yellow. Surfer in yellow up and riding, Wesley O'Driscoll. Great first carve. Looking to finish strong. Manages to ride out of that wave. So 8.5 minutes remaining. Waiting in anticipation for those last few scores. So we are on to finals day. Day 6 of competition, and every single day the waves have been good. A little bit smaller today, but honestly, it's very rare to get conditions as good as these in contests. Often it's onshore and huge or onshore and small, but we usually have really windy conditions, so it's been such a treat. So priority lies with surfer in red, Warren Seymour. So the judges discussing those last waves from that last exchange. 6.5 minutes remaining, surfers. All right, scores are in from that last exchange. Last of blue, a 6.75. Last of white, a 6.63. Last of red, a 7.05. And last of yellow, a 5.38. So excellent surfing in that last exchange situation. Blue leads with white in second, surfer and red in third. You're looking for a 6.97. And surfer and yellow down in fourth, looking for an 8.63. So excellent scores in this heat. Surfer and blue leads this heat with a 15.63 heat total. He's got that 8.88 and a 6.75. Priority is with surfer and red. Warren Seymour, you're currently in third place and you're looking for a 6.97 surfer in red. Surfer in yellow down in fourth, looking for an 8.63. Four minutes remaining, surfers. 4 minutes on the clock. So time winding down in this over 35 men semi-final, heat 1, with 3 minutes and 20 seconds remaining. Situation, blue leads with white in second, surfer and red in third, looking for a 6.97, and surfer and yellow in fourth, requiring an 8.63. Imported ride for surfer in red. That was Warren Seymour from Buffalo City. 2 minutes remaining. Surfers, 2 minutes on the clock. Watching a paddle from Yellow. Currently in 4th place. Needs to get to work on this wave. This is Wesley O'Driscoll representing Ugu. And that wave just shutting down on him. Surfers in the water, 90 seconds remaining. Surfer in blue up and riding now. Royden Bryson, our heat leader. He's got that backhand attack waxed and a 3-turn combo. Vertical, powerful, and well-timed turns there from Royden Bryson with 1 minute remaining. Last of Raider, 3.75. Surfer and Raider goes into your top 2, but you still require a 6.97. Situation, blue leads with white in second. Surfer and Red in third, looking for a 6.97. And Surfer and Yellow in fourth, looking for an 8.63. Thirty seconds remaining. Ten seconds. Counting the seat down in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. So Ugu Surf Riders, put your hands together. Last of blue and 9.38. Last of blue at 9.38. So unofficially, congratulations to Royden Bryson taking the win over Brandon Jackson. We'll see them in the final later on today. Surfers in the next heat, counting you in 3, 2, 1. Surfer in Yellow getting an early start in this heat. This is Jono Bruton representing Buffalo City. Just one crack off the top. Introducing to you in the water, we are into the over 35 men's semi-finals, and this is heat 2. In red, we have Matthew van Rensburg representing Eden. In white, Dan Redmond from eThekwini. Surfer in Yellow is Jono Bruton representing Buffalo City. And in blue is Scott Fenter, also representing eThekwini. Surfer in red up and riding. This is Matthew van Rensburg, surfer from Eden. So there are 2 spots left in the over 35 men final. 2 surfers from this heat will join Royden Bryson and Brandon Jackson in the final this afternoon. That's surfer in white up and riding Dan Redmond. No stranger to huge backhand turns. Representing eThekwini. And just an all-round nice guy. Very well known in this area. So first of yellow, a 3.25. First of yellow, 3.25. Waiting for those last few scores. 17 minutes remaining though, so still plenty time remaining in this heat. Beautiful surfing. "16 minutes remaining, surfers. Scores coming in from that first exchange. First of white, Dan Redmond in 8.5. First of white in 8.5. First of red, Matt van Rensburg, a 4.13. And first of yellow, a 3.25. So an exciting start to the heat from surfer in white to Dan Redmond. The judges really, really liking his surfing on that last ride. A well-timed, well-surfed wave. So the judges are looking for speed, power, and flow in the critical section of the wave. Last of blue, a 5.38. So situation, white leads with blue in second, surfer in red in third. Matthew, you require a 1.26 to advance. And surfer in yellow down in fourth, looking for a 2.14. Still plenty time in this heat, but it is eThekwini's Dan Redmond and Scott Fenter taking up first and second so far. But that could change. Watching surfer in yellow. Jono up and riding, gets his board right out of the water on that wave. And still going on the inside. Nice carve from surfer in yellow. And kicks out. So that was Buffalo City's Jono Bruton. 14 minutes remaining, surfers. So the next heat is the first final of the day. It's the over 30 women final. We will see Heather Clark, Danielle Powers, Tamaris Demarusum, and Kay Holt. So if you're watching on the live feed, it's a beautiful day here at St. Mike's. The support has been insane, and we're seeing the beach fill up. It's quite early, 9:20, and we've got loads of support here already. Priority is with surfer in red, and he decides to use his priority. This is Matthew van Rensburg, surfer from Eden. Unfortunately, goes down on that vertical backhand turn. Yellow having a look further on the inside. This is Jono Bruton once again. Surfer in white up and riding behind him. Our heat leader, Dan Redmond. Surfing for eThekwini, and has always surfed for eThekwini. Big crack off the top from Dan. And really strong surfing from eThekwini's Dan Redmond. Looking for one more turn, and manages to do so. So excellent surfing for eThekwini. So still waiting for scores to come in from that last exchange. So while we let the judges debate that, just a reminder that there will be a prize giving in the white marquee, as well as a live performance by the Gentry. So please come and join us. Surf and Yellow up and riding. John O'Bruton from Buffalo City. He's really stayed busy in this heat and throws tons of spray on that last turn. Needs to finish strong here. Unfortunately, does not manage to. 10 minutes on the clock, surfers, 10 minutes remaining, halfway through this heat. Surfing blue up and riding. Scott Fenter. He's surfing for eThekwini. And beautiful surfing. Really aggressive turns there. That was Scott Fenter. He's representing eThekwini. So him and Dan Redmond both surfing on their backhand, both representing eThekwini. And I'm sure that they're great friends. Eight and a half minutes remaining, surfers. We're still waiting for scores, so please be patient with us. All right, scores finally coming in here. Last of white, an 8.75. So Dan Redmond sitting out in front with an 8.5 and an 8.75. Previous of blue, a 6.5. Last of yellow, a 4.7. And last of red, a 1.38. So situation, guys, white leads with surfer and blue in second, surfer and yellow in third, looking for a 6.58. And surfer and red in fourth, looking for a 7.75. So surfers in the water with just over 7 minutes on the clock. We see eThekwini taking up that first and second spot in this heat. Dan Redmond leading this heat with a 17.25 heat total. Miles ahead with surfer in blue in second, looking for a combination of 17.26 to take the lead. But he is in an advancing position, so situation, white leads with blue in second, and surfer in yellow in third, looking for a 6.58. Surfer in red in fourth, looking for a 7.75. 6 minutes remaining, surfers. Priority is with Surf and Red, Matthew van Rensburg. Having a look at this wave. He's representing Eden. There's so many goofy footers in this heat and in this event, actually. They seem to really do well on this wave. Surf and Red still going on the inside. And gets a strong finish. So that was Eden's Matthew van Rensburg. Surf and Yellow up and riding. This is John O'Bruton. Surfing for Buffalo City. Throws buckets of spray on that last ride. Very powerful style. And that wave just doesn't offer him anything else. 5 minutes remaining, surfers. 5 minutes on the clock. Those ladies in the next final, you guys can paddle out. Incredible. Surf and Blue up and riding. So I've just been told that John O'Bruton has had a hip replacement, and he still surfs like that with the hip replacement. So really impressive surfing from Surfer in Yellow. 4 minutes, 20 seconds on the clock. We'll wait for those last few scores to come in. It's just non-stop in this heat. And these boys will fight it out till the end, till the last second. Priority is with Surfer and White out the back. Dan Redmond comfortably leading this heat with a pair of 8s to his name. Three minutes remaining, surfers. 3 minutes on the clock. Last of Yellow, a 5.18. So Surf and Yellow goes into your top two. Last of Blue, a 5.75. And last of Red, a 4.95. So just under 3 minutes remaining. Situation, White leads with Blue in second. Surfer and Yellow in third, looking for a 6.95. And Surfer and Red in fourth, looking for a 7.3. So priority is with White. And here he is. This is our heat leader, Dan Redmond. One of the better looking waves we've seen today. And Dan looks so comfortable out there. He's sitting with a pair of 8s to his name. He's looking to improve on an 8.5. Big airdrop there. Dan still going on the inside. This is turn number 63. And we can hear the cheers from ESA. So such great surfing from Dan Redmond in this semi-final. He currently leads the heat. "90 seconds remaining, surfers. 90 seconds on the clock. All right, eThekwini, hands together, Last of White, a 9.95. Last of White, Dan Redmond, a 9.95. So Dan Redmond leads this heat with a heat total of 18.7. So massive total there from Dan Redmond. 1 minute on the clock. Situation white leads with blue in second. Surf and yellow in third, looking for a 6.95. And surf and red down in fourth, looking for a 7.3. So surf and white, Dan Redmond, he's got 3 waves to his name. It's an 8.5, an 8.75, and a 9.95. So no throwaway scores there. And it's safe to say surf and white is on fire in this heat. 35 seconds remaining. Surf and yellow up and riding. This is such an important ride for Jono. He's representing Buffalo City. Needs to get to work here. Nice first turn. Unfortunately, unable to hang on to it with 20 seconds remaining. Ten seconds. Counting the semi-final down in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. So congratulations to eThekwini's Dan Redmond and Scott Fenter advancing through to the final. Counting this final in 3, 2, 1. Surf and red wasting no time. It's the local girl, Heather Clark. She has tons of support in this event. I think the whole of St. Mark's was down on the beach watching her yesterday. So this is the first final of the day, and it's the over 30 women's. So stoked to be commentating this one. Just a reminder that the finals are 25 minutes. So you ladies will have plenty of time. Introducing to you in the water, in red, we have Ugu's Heather Clark, local legend. In white, we have Danielle Powers representing Cape Winelands. In yellow, Tamaris Demarusam from Ilembe. And in blue, Kay Holtz, surfing for Nelson Mandela Bay. Kay's up and riding, looks to get barreled there. And a nice first turn from Kay. A great 2-turn combo, she liked that one. So that was Kay Holtz. Surf and red up and riding again. Gosh, only 2 minutes have passed in this heat, and Heather Clark already getting her second ride. So first of red, a 5.63. First of red, Heather Clark, a 5.63. So Kay Holt surfing this event. She's 59, guys. Surfing so well. She managed to make it to the final. Just over 23 minutes remaining, surfers. And these ladies have seen it all in this contest. They've had massive waves, they've had onshore surf, and now they have their ideal conditions. So it's finals day here at the SA Surfing Championships for Opens and Masters, presented by Tidy Town, Shelley Beach to Margate, and in memory of Barry Wallens. Scores coming in now, 22 minutes remaining. Last of blue, Kay Holt, a 4.5. Last of blue, a 4.5. Last of red, a 3.38. And last of yellow, a 1.25. So Surf and Red out in front, but we've still got 21 minutes on the clock, surfers. Surf and Red, Heather Clark, a local legend. She spends so much time at this beach. She's got her business, the surf school, down here. And she's really earned her keep here, so she's got lots of local support too. So Surf and Red, your first ride, a 5.63, and your last wave, a 3.38. Surfer in Blue, your last ride, a 4.5, and Surfer in Yellow, your first wave, a 1.25. So priority is with Surfer in White, Danielle Powers, waiting patiently to open her account. And here she goes. This is Surfer in White, Danielle Powers. We've seen really great surfing from Danielle this event. She manages to get her board really vertical as she works this wave through the inside. This is a good looking ride from Surfer in White. She's surfing for Cape Winelands. And a nice closeout turn there from Danielle Powers. That was really good surfing. I liked the look of that wave. She waited patiently, and for good reason. So just a call to the over 60 men in the next final. That's Nick Pike, Chris Knudsen, Fred Leroux, and Judge Olivier. Surf in Yellow up and riding. This is Tamaris Demarusum. Great looking ride from Surf in Yellow. Much better than her first ride. She's surfing for Ilembe. So Tamaris has represented South Africa many times in her life. She's got a couple SA titles. And there are some legends in this heat that have done so much for women surfing in South Africa. "18 minutes remaining, surfers. 18 minutes on the clock. So while we're waiting for scores to come in, just a huge shout out to all of our sponsors that have made this event possible. Shout out to all of our judges who are down here early in the morning and they leave when it's dark. And just a huge thank you to Ugu District Surf Riders for organizing this event, for being here when the sun is rising to set up. Scores coming in now. Last of White, an 8.88. Last of White, Danielle Powers, an 8.88. Watching Surfer in Red, Heather Clark up and riding. The local girl. She's got so much support down here on the beach. So last of White, Danielle Powers, an 8.88. It's a great way to start a heat. So the judges rewarding that surfing from Danielle. She did really vertical turns in the critical section of the wave. last of blue a 2.5, and last of yellow a 5.13. So just over 16 minutes remaining surfers. Waiting for last of red, and then I'll update you. And it's in. So last of red a 5.28. 16 minutes remaining surfers. Situation, red leads with white in second. White, you're looking for a 2.03 to take the lead. Surf and blue in third. Kay Holt, you're looking for a 6.41 to take the lead. And surfer in yellow, Tamaris Demarusim, down in fourth, looking for a 5.78. Priority is with Surf and Blue, Kay Holt. Surf and Blue, you're in third place and you're looking for a 6.41. Still 15 minutes remaining in this heat, surfers. And the girls are really staying busy. This is an impressive final so far. Seeing some really good scores and still plenty time remaining, so lots could change. And it takes really good surfing to be in the final of any of these divisions. But particularly the women in this over 30 final have been women that I have always looked up to and that have helped get surfing to where it is for women in South Africa. Surf and Blue, having a look at this ride. This is Kay Holt. Unfortunately unable to land that turn. But guys, the women in this event are so important as the points are now equal for the first year ever. So back your women, as they could be what gets you to first place as a team. So first priority now sits with Surf and White, Danielle Powers. Surf and White, you're currently in second place. You're sitting with that 8.88 and you're looking for a 2.03. Surf and Blue up and riding. This is Kay Holt. She's surfing for Nelson Mandela Bay. She's a real legend in surfing. It's incredible to see her still competing at age 59. It is apparently her last competition. She's got that old school style. Surf and Red up and riding. This is Heather Clark. Surfing for Ugu. Vertical snap from Heather. And a powerful finish. 12 minutes remaining, surfers. That was good surfing from Surf and Red. We can hear that everyone on the beach liked that. We'll wait for the score to come in. So just a reminder that the paddle out is 5 minutes today. So surfers in the next heat, please just hold your horses. And it is very important to stay clear of the surfers in the current heat, especially now because it is the finals. Scores coming in now. Last of red, Heather Clark, a 7.0. But we're watching Surfer in yellow up and riding. Tamaris decides to kick off with that ride. But last of red, a 7.0. So it goes into your top two. Surfer in red, you lead this heat with Surfer in white in second. Surfer in white, you are looking for a 3.75 now. You only have one ride, and it's that 8.88. Surfer in blue, your last ride, a 3.88. So Kay Holt, you are in third place, looking for an 8.13. And Surfer in yellow down in fourth, looking for a 7.5. Surfer in white up and riding now. Just one turn from Surfer in white, but a powerful one at that. Ten minutes remaining, surfers. 10 minutes remaining in this heat. Priority is with red, Heather Clark. Last of white, a 4.5. So it moves you up into the lead. Situation change. White now leads this heat with red, Heather Clark, moving down into second. Surfer in red, you're looking for a 6.39 to advance. Surfer in blue in third place, looking for an 8.89 to win. And Surfer in yellow down in fourth. Yellow, you're looking for an 8.26 to take the lead. So exciting stuff here. Just saw a situation change with that last of white coming in at a 4.5. So Danielle Powers is leading this final so far. She's got an 8.88 and a 4.5. Surfer in yellow up and riding. Great first turn from Tamaris. Needs to finish strong here. Looking to come around the section. And manages to do so. Gets another turn in. This is Tamaris. She's surfing for Ilembe. Exciting stuff here. All the girls really surfing well in this final. So last of yellow, a 4.55. So situation change. Surfing yellow, your last ride puts you up into third place. Situation, white leads with red in second, looking for a 6.39. Surfing yellow in third now. Surfing yellow, you require an 8.26 to take the lead. And surfing blue, down in fourth now. Kay Holt, you require an 8.89. Surfer in white having a look at this ride. This is our heat leader, Danielle Powers. Big snap from Danielle. She's coming around the section now. And a vertical finish there. That was Surfer in white, Danielle Powers. Great surfing from her. Surfer in red, answering back. Heather Clark up and riding. Unfortunately goes down on that last turn. Surfer in blue up and riding. Kay Holt. Big closeout turn. Unfortunately goes down. But we like to see those critical turns. 7 minutes remaining, surfers. Surfer in yellow out the back with priority. And having a look at this ride, unfortunately unable to get onto it. Priority now lies with Surfer in red. We're still waiting for that last exchange. It should be exciting, last of white and red. 6 minutes on the clock, surfers. 6 minutes remaining in this final. It's the over 30 women out there. They've put on an excellent show. Right, ladies and gentlemen, put your hands together. Last of white, a 9.35. Last of white, Danielle Powers, a 9.53. Sorry, 9.53. So, surf and white, you extend your lead. Last of red, a 4.2. It doesn't go into your top two. So, situation, surfers in the water. We've got just over 5 minutes remaining. White leads with surfer and red in second. Surf and red, you're looking for a combination of 18.42 to win this final. Surf and yellow in third now, looking for 18.42. And surf and blue in fourth, looking for 18.42. So amazing surfing from surf and white. I loved that last ride of Danielle Powers. Such good flow, such vertical and critical surfing. And that's what we like to see, speed, power, and flow in those steep sections. She was rewarded with it, with a 9.53. So surf and white leading this final with an 8.88 and a 9.53. Four minutes remaining, surfers. 4 minutes remaining. So surf and white way ahead, sitting with an 18.41 heat total. And surfers in second, third, and fourth, looking to replace both of their top two scores in order to win this heat. Priority is with red, Heather Clark. First priority is with red. Surf and red, you're in second place in this final, and you're looking for a combination of 18.42. So surfers in the water, 3 minutes remaining. White leads with red in second, surfer in yellow in third, and surfer in blue in fourth. All three surfers, red, yellow, and blue, are looking for a combination of 18.42 to take the win. So surfer in white comfortably out in front. She leads this heat with an 8.88 and a 9.53. So excellent surfing from Danielle Powers, representing Cape Winelands. So all surfers in this event are surfing for a South African national title. So it's a big deal. And this is a big contest. Two minutes remaining as we watch our heat leader, Danielle Powers, up and riding once again. And a big crack off the top from Danielle. Oof. Girls in the water, are you guys okay? Okay, Holt, you all right? Good. Okay. Watching a paddle from Surf and Red, Heather Clark. She's sitting in second place, but she's used to being in that first place position. She wants it. She wants to win this heat. With 90 seconds remaining, unfortunately goes down. Ladies in the water, 1 minute on the clock, 1 minute remaining in this heat. Priority is with Surfer in yellow. She's going to have a look at this ride. This is a paddle from Surfer in yellow, Tamaris Demarusum. Great looking ride here. Big snap off the top. Much better looking surfing from Tamaris. Looking to get tubed there, but unfortunately that wave closing out on her. 30 seconds remaining, surfers. And then Surfer in white holding down the lead. So Cape Winelands, I hope you guys are getting ready to cheer up the beach with 20 seconds remaining. 15 seconds. Ladies in the water, counting this heat down in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. So congratulations to Danielle Powers, winning the over 30 women's South African national title in this event. Great surfing from Danielle. Surfing for Cape Winelands. Let's put our hands together. It's the first winner of the day. So congratulations, Danielle Powers. Right, going to hand you over to handing you over to Gigs Cilliers. So a nice surprise. Thank you, Gigs, for popping in.
All right, surfers in the lineup, hold your position. We're about to get the over 60s men's final underway. Surfers in the lineup, set your watches. And we're underway. Well, good morning, everybody. What a privilege to pop down and say hi to you all here at what I'm hearing is the best South African Surfing Championships ever staged. That's a big call, considering these things got going in the mid-60s. Many highlight years in the memories for those 4 surfers out in the water, the over 60s. They have partaken in many South African championships. No one with more success at the South African Open title than Mr. Chris Knutson out there in the lineup in white. Nick Pike wears red. Fred LaRue is your surfer in yellow, also a charger. And watch for Judge Olivier, who, when he features, can really switch on. So over 60s South African title up for grabs here with 24 minutes to go, folks. No priorities at this early stage. Noticing Nick Pike pushing deep while Chris Knutson sitting wide. So a little variance in strategy. Looks like opening ride perhaps going to Nick. Surfer in red, Buffalo City representative. Also multiple successes over the years at this South African Championships. Nick Pike gets 2 turns in now, just a little bit sleepy through here. Tags it and gets the over 60s final moving forward. Meanwhile, behind him, eyes on white as well. Red is down. Multiple champ, a world champ in the age groups, Chris Knutson. And Nato does a combo on the inside. So good start for Chris Knutson in white. And also a good run down the track for Nick Pike. That'll leave Fred LaRue and Judge Olivier. Still no priorities between them. It looks like Fred LaRue representing Ilembe. Oh, should Judge have gone on that? I'm sure the eThekwini chaps were saying yes. That little wave rattling down the bank. So it's been a real cool thing to plug into the YouTube platform to follow the surfing. Great stuff coming out of St. Michael's in 2023. Here goes Judge Olafia, a little false start. He'll get out. So that hands the first priority to green. Or yellow, whichever way you determine it. But been great to watch the proactive social media coverage. Of course, from Facebook and, of course, on YouTube. Well done, Danielle Powers, a national champion in the over 30 women's. That was a good win for her. A stacked field, getting the win over Heather Clark, Tamaris de Maruson, and Kay Holtz. And if you think of the legacy of South African titles in women's surfing, Heather Clark, Tam, and Kay occupy a big part of that space, folks. So no scores yet, waiting to drop scores. So as we wait for scores, we'll go down to Mark Frew, and we'll hear from our new champion.
Thank you, Gigs. Danielle Powers, you are the Open Women's Champion of South Africa. How do you feel?
Oh, I feel great. I've always wanted a title. This is my first one, so I'm just super amped.
I last interviewed you in Ballito at the Ballito Pro a couple of years ago, and your career was on an upward trajectory. You were getting into heats. You've since made the national team, and your profile has raised so much. But this big title, a winner of a South African championship, has eluded you. Tell us a little bit about how your preparation was for the event, and what does this mean to you overall?
I've just got such a great support system at home. My husband is, he's just amazing, Mark. He supports me all the way. My mom, my brothers, and then I've got two sponsors, Wetsuit Warehouse and Island Surfboards. They just support me all the way. So basically, they are my support system, and that's helped me.
Congratulations. Enjoy the celebrations, and that's a fantastic achievement today. Well done. Back to you, Gigs.
Well done, Danielle Powers, the over 30s South African Women's Champion here at the Tidy Towns SA Champs of 2023. And we're making memories here, folks. Well done, Kay Holt, for getting to that final. Well done, Heather. Well done, Tamaris. So attention to the lineup. Surfers, some numbers to update. Surfer in white, your first ride, an 8.13. So eThekwini's Chris Knutson off to a firm start, an 8.13. Surfer in red, Buffalo City's Nick Pike. He opened with a 7.63. Let me tell that term again. Surf in red, your first ride, a 7.63. Surfer in yellow opened with a 3.25. And Surfer in blue sitting on two small scores. One of them a 1.63, Judge. Ten past 10 in the morning, about half an hour to the low tide. Time call, 18 and a half minutes to go, surfers. 18 and a half to go. Once again, first of red, a 7.63. First priority is with white. Second priority with yellow. 18 minutes on the clock, eyes on the lineup. Looks like Chris Knutson's going to jump on board for his second ride. Opened with an 8.13. Down the line goes Nato. Gets a good snap. This is over 60s. And Chris has done this so many times over the decades. Think of his multiple national title run through the early 80s. Chris Knutson at this level of competition was almost unbeatable. And Nato establishing his second ride there. Stand by for scores. Plenty of time. 17 and a half minutes to go, surfers. First priority with yellow. Second priority with blue. All eyes on the lineup. A little bit of a slopey wall ahead here for Fred LaRue, but he's going to start building scores. A little bit sleepy on the takeoff there, and he'll make that a throwaway with just under 17 minutes to go. Meanwhile, eThekwini can make a bit of noise because wave number 2 for White is now in. A 7.13 loss to White. Chris Knudsen sets a 15.26 total to chase for the rest of the lineup here. Nick Park, again, to mention, off with a good start with a 7.63, still awaiting Surfer in Red's second ride. Plenty of time, folks. 16 minutes to go. First priority with Blue. So the calmest day in the lineup of the week that we've had here. No doubt everybody leaving with warm feelings in their heart, having been part of what is arguably the best South African surfing championships in the history. This event having moved location over the history of the years. I think of many amazing surf conditions that the SA Champs has been blessed with. I think fondly back to Chris Knudsen and Leonard Giles in the 84 edition of the event at Victoria Bay. That was 6 to 8 feet all week. Eyes on the lineup because he has an important wave to get some momentum in the final here for Judge Olafir. Is he going to come around the section? He's going to force it. He's back in the pocket. That's a nice turn for our surfer in blue. Meanwhile, Nato flirts with the barrel. And a couple of sets marching in. Yeah, keep your eyes on it. Oh, look at that barrel for Nick Park. He didn't go. Just a yard out of position. And that was a nugget. Plenty of time. Just over 14 minutes to go here in the over 60s men's final. Chris Knudsen has set the pace with an 8.13 and a 7.13 and leads. Nick Park just on a single ride sitting in second. For those of you on the YouTube platform, a replay of Judge Olafir's last ride, and that's going to bring him into some kind of discussion. See the conditions, beautiful here. Late takeoff with the live action for Nick Park. Lovely snap in the pocket. Nick opened with a 7.63, and now he bashes away through the inside section. Wave number 2. Throws a bit of spray. One of the colorful characters, Nick Park, and a man of the Lord. And he gets blessed with a couple of turns on the inside. So good second wave there for Buffalo City's surfer in red. I see cheer squad leader Greg Emsley making a lot of noise. The Buffalo City team, always very spirited. And we'll wait for that score to check in. And that is going to firm up Nick Park's position in this final. Just under 13 minutes to go. Surfers stand by for score for Laster Red. Then a look at the situation. Also awaiting Laster Blue. And here it is. Laster Blue, a 4.5. Laster Blue, 4.5. Judge, you're sitting in third. Oh, down the line. Judge up and riding again. Glassy wall. Not putting that final turn together, so that won't change the numbers. Well, it might actually. That last wave of blue could actually feature as a counting ride. because prior to Judge taking off on that one, he was sitting on a 1.63. We'll see if he replaces a score. Meanwhile, Buffalo City, a pair of sevens now, last of Red, a 7.2, and Nick Park firms up that second place position with a 14.83 total, chasing Knutson's 15.26. So just a point separating Chris Knutson in the lead from Nick Park in second, and still plenty of time. We were talking of the history of SA Champs. This over 60s men's final. These surfers would have competed through the years in all the various age categories. Let's have a look at yellow. This is Fred LaRue. That's a better bottom turn. Positions in the pocket. Now gets a big rasping turn. Fred from the northern regions of KZN, representing Elembe. Meanwhile, Nick Park's going to park it in the barrel, and he does. Lovely positioning in the over 60s final. Little tube ride to add to the bragging rights for Nick Park. Wait and see where that features on the scorecard. Nick already a pair of sevens. He opened with the 7.63, backed it up with a 7.2, and let's see where the judges go with his tube ride through the mid-break there. So surfers in the lineup, time call. 10 minutes remaining. 10 minutes remaining. Last of Red, going to come in at a 5.5. Nick doesn't feature in your top two. No change to the situation. Chris Knutson is in the lead. Nick Pike lying second. Nick, you would need a 7.64 to take the heat win. Fred LaRue, last ride, your best. A 5. Last of yellow was a 5. Fred, you're now up into third. Surfer in blue, you've dropped down to fourth. And third and fourth would both have to chase combos for the title here. So the heat's starting to split into two stories. The battle between Chris Knutson and Nick Pike. And then the other little challenge here, who's going to get the bronze medal? Right now, Fred LaRue sits with an 8.25 heat total. Judge Olafia with a 6.13 heat total. So if I do the maths, Judge, if you can get yourself a mid-range 4, you're going to jump up to third. Just under 9 minutes to do it. First priority is with white, your heat leader Chris Knutson. Second priority is with blue. Of course, over 55 men's coming up next. Greg Swart, Chris Baum, Dave Malherbe, Pat Cuthbert. You guys are up in around 8 minutes. Surfers in the lineup, little over 8 minutes to go. Just under 7 minutes to go in the over 60s men's final. Is Chris Knutson going to net another national title? He has a spare room full of them at home. And it's not a small room. It would need to be at least full bedroom size for all the trophies over the years. I mentioned Chris and Leonard Giles going head-to-head for the Open title back in '84 at Victoria Bay. That was a particularly good SA Champs as well. Thundering surf for most of the week. It was in and around the time of the '84 Country Feeling event at J Bay that Oki won, just if you guys want to reference a bit of surf history. Other favorable SA Champs for surf, I remember the 2004 edition presented by Quicksilver, and of course this event in honor of the late Barry Wallens. Cannot actually believe that he's not with us. And I know that'll be inspiring the man in red. Up next, Greg Swart, as we make memories and enjoy these beautiful days. All stitched around the story of the SA Champs. So 5.5 minutes to go, so just almost at paddle out time. No rides now the last few minutes, a little sleepy patch in the over 60 men's final. Chris Knutson in the lead. Itequani perhaps about to secure another national title. Nick Pike, Buffalo City sitting second, chasing a 7.64 to try and steal that lead from Chris. 5 minutes remaining, surfers. 5 minutes to go. So just the sleepy patch here, folks. Clock's down to 4 minutes to go. Over 60s men's final, begging for another set. Of course, I mentioned that 2004 SA Champs. Finals taking place at Super Tubes with Travis Logie getting the win over Sean Holmes. We'll be seeing Sean a little later today. Lots of exciting upcoming finals. Over 50 men's. Features a former ISA World Champion Andrew Banks. Over 45 men's. One of the most successful surfers out of South Africa, Greg Emsley. Against a big wave world champion, Grant Baker, Gary van Vergen and Lyle Botcher. That is a loaded heat right there. That looks like a QS event heat from 10 years ago, 12 years ago. I mentioned Sean Holmes. He'll be coming up in another exciting heat. Royden Bryson will feature in the over 35s as I look down the draw. Names like Dan Redmond and Brandon Jackson and Scott Fenter in that one. And then the new wave of ladies surfing being represented by Zoe Stain in the women's final. 2.5 minutes to go. Still no rides, no change to any situation. Chris Knutson is leading this over 60s men's final with scores of an 8.13 and a 7.13. Nick Pike sitting in second, looking for any opportunity he can. He is sitting in the fourth priority though. Clock says 2 minutes. Here's your heat leader. Chris Knutson's going to block off the opportunity. And he's going to victory lap down the line here. Around the corner comes Chris. Big knock. Lovely redirection. Firm on his feet. He's always been like this. The consistency of Chris Knutson through the years. And eThekwini, make a bit of noise for your man, because in 90 seconds, perhaps he is the over 60s South African champion. Nick Park in second, Fred Leroux sitting in third. Fred, you're still sitting on a 3.25 as one of your counting rides. So the goal is to get rid of that. And Judge, you're still sitting on a 1.63 as one of your counters. Down to a minute 10. Priority with blue, second priority with yellow. Little battle for that bronze medal. 1 minute to go. Last score of White's going to come in at a 6.2. It's not going to feature in your top two, Chris. You are in the lead with that 8.13 and the 7.13, your first two contributions to the heat. Clock watching now, 40 seconds. A little bit of movement in the lineup here, folks. Are we going to flip the story a little bit here and make for a little bit of sizzle with 30 seconds to go? Judge Olafia will go down. And that, folks, was his chance to wrestle the bronze medal away from Fred Leroux. And here's Nick Pike, sitting in that second place position. Big float, Nick. What? 10 seconds to go. The over 60s men's final. Starting to count down in 3, 2, 1. eThekwini, make some noise. You have a national champion in Chris Knutson in the over 60s. He was winning the Opens back in the 80s, and surfing has kept him young. Well done, Chris. Surfers in the lineup in position, awaiting the head judge's call to start. All right, surfers, set your watches in 3, 2, 1. Over 55 men's now underway. Fresh heat on deck. And again, a legacy of names in the South African surfing scene. Greg Swart is your man in red, looking for an early start. And here he is on the inside. Little in and out. We'll push him to the bottom of the priority rotation. He's out in the water against Chris Baum in the white. Dave Malherbe in the yellow. And Pat Cuthbert representing Eden in the blue. Good luck, gentlemen. So no real rides just yet in the over 55 men's. Here goes a deep and steep run for Pat Cuthbert. Banks it off the whitewater, over 55 men's. And Pat, the Vic Bay local, gets his scorecard moving. And for those of you with us on YouTube, celebrations for Chris Knutson, the over 60s winner. Just a beautiful day here in KwaZulu-Natal. Just a blessed part of the coastline here. The Ugu locals have told me to just say that the waves are only good for 1 week a year here. And well, it was this week, right? Watch yellow on the outside. Deep and steep for Dave Malherbe. He's going to try and dig in some rail here. And he gets a slow start. So best of the openers, 2.63 for Pat Cuthbert. And little throwaway scores for Greg Swart and Dave Malherbe will give Chris Baum the priority. So first priority is white. Second priority red at the takeoff zone. So of course, this KwaZulu-Natal region, we're here at the jewel of it, St. Michael's on Sea. Many of these classic rock outcrops, outlets for rivers for the hinterland. Of course, behind us is Lesotho and the Drakensberg, so a steep topography. We'll see a lot of rivers making their way down to this KwaZulu-Natal coast. The very big one at Port Shepstone is probably the biggest and widest, other than the one that comes out at Port Edward. But many little rivers and creeks every couple of kilometers. We'll have the surf community constantly looking for the best wave in the area. Talk about best wave in the area. Let's have a look how Greg Swart goes here. Also a former national champion, a man of many hats. Greg Swart, having spent the lockdown in Fiji, has got his surfing game back on, and he's back in KwaZulu-Natal. He's looking fit and healthy, happy, and running down the track here to put his first real number on the board. Greg Swart, a former pro as well, did many seasons on the qualifying series and representing eThekwini. Meanwhile, this man, an illustrious career for the Coffee Bay local, Dave Malherbe. If you're ever in the area, go and check him at Coffee Shack. And the Malherbe family, a legacy amongst the Buffalo City community. Having a look at the heat replay for our YouTube viewers, Greg Swart, an energized and healthy looking Greg Swart in the over 55s. And then a little look at Dave Malherbe on the replay. So good exchange there between Dave Malherbe and Greg Swart. We'll wait for those numbers to land. And those are the two best waves we've seen of the over 55 men's final thus far. Still plenty of time, just under 20 minutes to go. First priority at the takeoff zone with blue, second priority with white. Stand by for scores from the last exchange. And then a look at the heat. And of course, Chris Knutson getting chaired up the beach. And having said that, we'll be keen to hear what Chris Knutson has to say. He's down there with Mark Frew.
Thank you. Thank you, Giggs. I'm down here with Chris Knutson, winner of the over 60s division at the Tidy Towns SA Masters Surfing Champs. Chris, I remember the last couple of years, you've got second. And I was traveling back with you in the car once, and you said, this is not going on my mantelpiece. And I said, why? And you were like, only gold's go on my mantelpiece. And after a lack of form at your standard over the last couple of years, you finally got a gold again. How do you feel?
Obviously very, very amped and stoked, obviously. And yeah, it was fantastic to surf in the previous finals with other surfing legends and friends that I've surfed with for many years. And I was hoping Mr. Campbell would have been here today so I could show him up for the last time he beat me. But he'll be back, I know he will be. And speedy recovery to Barry after his injury. I look forward to being in the final with you next time, boss.
Thank you, Chris. That's a great win you took out there. A lot of people have been asking the Masters, what sort of boards are you riding out there? Tell us a little bit about your board.
So I kind of got this board quite recently, and it wasn't actually even made for me. It was made for a surfer, I think, in the Cape area, and I just went into Derek, and he turned around and he had this board just standing in his rack, and he said, look, why don't you just take it and give it a go and see how it goes? And I promise, I just haven't looked back. It's been an amazing board for me. It went well on the bigger waves, and it went well on the small waves, and I'm just really stoked to be, confident on one board that I can just surf anywhere, anytime.
Chris, congratulations. SA Masters Champ, over 60s. Enjoy the celebrations. Back to you, Giggs.
Well done, Chris Knutson. as we heard him say. Another gold for the collection. Surfers, your time call, 17 minutes remaining, just over 17 minutes here in the over 55 men's final. A spirited tussle starting to unfold between Greg Swart and Dave Malherbe. So surfers, here's some scores as we update. Surfer in red, your previous ride, awaiting your last ride. Your previous ride, a 7.63. 7.63. Stand by for your last score. You will be in the heat lead. Dave Malherbe, surfer in yellow, your last ride is 6.13. 6.13. You're still sitting on the 1.13 throwaway. You'll get rid of that with 16 and a half minutes to go. First priority at the takeoff zone is with Pat Cuthbert in blue. Once again, Pat, your first ride, a 2.63. Not much for Chris Baum to talk about on his scorecard just yet. The Ilembe surfer, representing the northern stretch of KZN. All right, watch the lineup here, folks. Look at this for a little nugget. Pat Cuthbert rockets into the lip. Incomplete, though, for his second ride. Just under 16 to go. And surfers, pay attention to scores. Surfer in red, Greg Swart, your last ride, an 8.63. 8.63. Banging the two-wave total up to 16.26. Of course, I remember Greg being the SA Boys champion back in, I think, around 1980. And great to have Greg back in the competitive role. Of course, YouTube viewers getting a couple of replays as well. If you share that link around with your friends and family, pop them the WhatsApp. It's the Tidy Towns South African Surfing Championships, Opens and Masters. What a great combination. Special week here for so many people. Of course, all the regions making the trek here. And for the second year in a row, wow, they've got this edition right. So Chris Baum, just a 1.4 on your scorecard. Of course, Chris has been burning the candles watching his daughter Sarah on the WSL broadcasts. She's been faring well. I think she got to quarterfinals at Snapper, if I'm not mistaken, or in and around that region. Of course, right now, Narrabeen unfolding on the Challenger Series. And then come early July, that story will continue at Ballito, right here in KwaZulu-Natal. 14 minutes remaining, surfers. 14 minutes remaining in the over 55 men's final. Greg Swart in a firm lead here, folks, for eThekwini. A 7.63 and an 8.63. So a great two-wave total there for Greg. Means that he can really cherry pick now and perhaps even freewheel the last 13 and a half minutes. Dave Malherbe will be looking to up his numbers. Right now, Dave, in yellow, you have a combo if you want to take the title. Greg's numbers stretch to a 16.26. Dave Malherbe with a 6.13 as his strong score. So he would need more than that for a building block to attack for the heat win. So this heat separating quite quickly here into a clear story for Greg Swart. Pat Cuthbert, last rider 1.48. And Chris Baum, surfer in white, still on a single ride. Time call, 11 minutes to go, surfers. 11 minutes to go here in the over 55 men's. Of course, if you've just arrived at the beach, where have you been all week? This has been a monumental week in South African surfing history. KwaZulu-Natal, the surf conditions responding, perhaps with a message from heaven from Barry Wallens, to live your lives, enjoy, do not waste a single day, folks. And of course, this Tidy Towns SA Champs in loving memory of Barry. So much to talk about. Barry Wallens and Arthur Limboris, the powerful combination of partners, along with, of course, Corin and Oliver, lifted Quicksilver to a massive industry contribution. And Quicksilver for so many years staging and lifting the level of South African surfing championships. And Barry Wallens' contribution immeasurable. I think of King of the Groms, the Roxy programs, the Good Wave event. Talking about a good wave, here's finally one for Chris Baum, who's down the line. Can he finish this one? Almost. As we slip under the 10-minute mark here, 9.5 minutes to go. No change to the heat order. Greg Swart is in the lead. Dave Malherbe sitting second. Perhaps Chris Baum now trying to attack for that third place position. Currently being held by our surfer in blue, Pat Cuthbert. Just wonderful seeing so many names and faces. Watch the replay for the YouTube viewership. Chris Baum just not tying up that last maneuver. Still, he'll fetch a 2.75. Last of white, 2.75. But you'll remain in fourth, Chris, with around 8.5 minutes to go. The heat lead is with red. The first priority is with yellow. Second priority with red. Of course, Greg Swart, for a number of years, working very closely with Barry Wallens in the Quicksilver stable. Here we go for yellow, Dave Malherbe. Little run off the lip there. Swings it around. Of course, Dave Malherbe also with a spare room full of trophies. And always a spirited contribution to every national title. Good to see his young son, Josh, faring very well in the competitive road as the next generation of Malherbes emerge. Here goes White. Chris Baum back in rhythm. His last wave was a 2.75. Looking to ditch his lower score, trying to attack that third place position of blue. And he gets a couple of turns in. Still working it. Will he join the dots on the white? What he does it quite spicy as well. So Chris Baum dropping a 1.4. Looking at the points difference with a score to come here, I think we're going to see a situation change. Stand by for scores. Just under 7 minutes, surfers in the lineup. Just under 7 minutes to go. Of course, Chris Baum, dad of Sarah Baum, who's having a good run on the Challenger Series. YouTube viewers for the replay of Dave Malherbe, who's trying to build his own momentum, currently occupying second place in the heat. So a little exchange there between the goofy footers. Back to live action with 6 minutes 20 on the clock. Looks like heat leader Greg Swart can do no wrong as he gets going again on a good-looking wall here at St. Michael's. Lovely pressure on the back foot in the over 50s. Good combination. Board flowing well, and Greg Swart, almost complete. I would say he was challenging to replace his opening score, but just a little blunder there at the end. Perhaps that wave won't now feature in his top two, but certainly had the potential. This is a replay on YouTube for Dave Malherbe again. A couple of nice turns for Dave. We'll see if we can reel in the couple more replays for you, for those of you following online. Meanwhile, here at the beach, the information update. Just over 5 minutes to go, surfers. Just over 5 minutes to go. Surfer in yellow, your last ride is 6.05s, not featuring in your top two. Your previous has, though. You're sitting on a pair of 613s. YouTube replay of Greg Swart and live action for Pat Cuthbert. Conditions just virtually windless here, as we have slipped under the 5 minute mark. 4 minutes 45 to go as the surf action helicopter goes by. Of course, special mention to Anthony Brodovich, the 78 ISA World Champion. And as the surf action chopper flies by, everybody at Ugu just loving having everybody in their hometown. Of course, the Ugu region with surfers from various waves. Couple of handshakes down at water's edge with 4 minutes to go for the over 50s men's finalists, who we'll ask just to keep clear of the main takeoff zone. Coming up next, Ryan Ribbink, Steve Bradell, Andrew Banks, and Warren Dixon. All right, last of red, a 6.3. It doesn't feature in your top two, Greg. Your previous ride of an 8.63 does. Add that to your wave number 2 of a 7.63. You are the heat leader. Dave Malherbe, a pair of 6.13s, is in second. And believe it or not, even with his pair of 6.13s, is in combination. So a clear lead here for our surfer in red, Greg Swart. Dave Malherbe in second. Situation change as we predicted. Chris Baum, your last ride, 5 points. You're up to third. Chris, you're up to third. And Pat in blue, you're down now in fourth. So 7.75 heat total for white, 4.86 heat total for blue. So Pat, if you want to climb up to the bronze medal, do the maths. You need around a 5-point ride, maybe a 5.5. 2 minutes 40 on the clock. Pretty much at the low tide now. 10 to 11 in the morning. And what a week of surf it's been here at St. Michael's on Sea. One of the jewels of the Natal South Coast. Of course, a vibrant little Shelley Beach next door. Protea Banks, a strong dive destination for the diving community. We'll do the launching out of Shelley Beach, just about a kilometre north of here. Lots to do and see. I always find myself in May and June lurking around here. Watch the lineup, folks. Clock says 1 minute 45. Here goes Dave Malherbe. Whitewater climb for Dave. Runs down the track. He's going to just keep that center gravity low and not going to up his numbers. And here comes the victory lap with 90 seconds to go for Greg Swart. He's surfed solidly, done a great job, and set of the heat approaching. Look at this one, folks. Is Chris Baum in position? He is. What a nugget. And Chris for Ilembe Snaps it in the pocket. Best wave of the heat right now, shape and size-wise on offer. And Chris Baum surfing out of his skin. And he's going to shut the door on Pat Cuthbert with that. He loves it. And meanwhile, Pat also gets his run with 50 seconds to go. So inside the last minute here. A little flurry of activity in the over 55 men's. But the story has become firm and clear. Greg Swart's feet are not going to touch the sand. He's going to get chaired up here as the over 55 men's finalist. 30 seconds to confirm that. But stand by for a couple of scores and perhaps personal bests about to come for Chris Baum. As a great set of waves rumbles through. And keep an eye on the lineup with 15 seconds to go. Couple of nuggets. And we'll watch the clock here in the over 55 men's with a countdown of 3, 2, 1. All right. Round of applause for the over 55 men's. Couple of nice highlights there, folks. But Greg Swart is going to be the champion. Waiting to see a number for Chris Baum. So surfers in the next heat, just hold your position. We just got to scrub the judges' scorecards clean. And Chris Baum, your last ride was a 5.75. Well done. You secured the third place. So officially Greg Swart for the win. Dave Mulherby second. Chris Baum third. Pat Cuthbert fourth. Surfers in the over 50 men's. You're in position. Set your watches. Your heat start now in 3, 2, 1. It's finals day of the Tidy Town South African Surfing Championships. What a week as we now look to the over 50 men's finals. So eThekwini waving the flags on the beach. Celebration time as they crown a champion in Greg Swart in the over 55s. Conditions just beautiful here, 3 to 5 feet on the odd set. As we introduce your finalists, no rides yet for either Ryan Ribbink in red, Steve Bredell in white, Andrew Banks in yellow, Warren Dixon in blue. This is a banger, folks. Watch how tight the hustle is for the opening ride. And Bredell goes down. Ryan Ribbing right alongside him. So a little bit of tight action at the takeoff. 25-minute final with a spicy start there. Of course, an age group world champion and Andrew Banks out in the lineup. Banksy, a natural talent that spent a lot of his teenage years here under the auspices of the St. Michael's Elders. Warren Dixon, exciting surfer, efficient, polished, stylish surfer out of the Durban beaches, representing eThekwini. Banksy representing Ilembe. Nelson Mandela Bay with Steve Bredell. And an interference has been called, red on white. Meanwhile, in the middle of the break, let's watch blue. Warren Dixon, a little bit behind the peak, he'll step off. So no real numbers to talk about just yet in the over 50s men's. Another little puff of southerly wind as the tide turns over. So many exciting things to talk about at the SA Champs. And of course, a number of those names starting off their careers with boys titles in around 1980, and now the over 55 champion in 2023. We want to hear from Greg Swart.
Thank you, Giggs. I'm here with Greg Swart, the over 55 champion. Greg, I used to have a poster of you above my bedroom wall of you in a massive cave rock barrel when I was a Grom. You inspired me to get into bigger waves and charge waves, and I'm so stoked for you. After a couple of years being off the scene, the last few years, you've got fit, your surfing's looking on point, and you've taken out another national title. How do you feel?
Hey, Michael, it's amazing. I'm just really grateful. It's just lovely to be part of this event. It's such a spirited event. And, you know, just surfing with Herb there, we all used to do brutal combat from the 80s. It was kind of a little bit cutthroat, if I'm honest, and now we're all cheering each other on, and everyone's got kids and grandkids. So, yeah, just a big shout out to Tidy Towns, Ugu, all the administrators. It's just, it's really a great event, and I'll keep coming here even if I don't make a team.
Greg, you had a really interesting board. I've been asking the winners what they were riding, all different types of equipment. Give us a quick little rundown of what you rode to take you to the SA title.
Yeah, so funny story. My son Seaton bought me a Firewire for my birthday, and it was a little bit over volumed. And someone put some pictures on Facebook, and Genzi phoned me up and he went, "Hey, I'm sending you 2 boards." I thought, "You're joking, right? At my age, who gets 2 boards?" So anyway, he gave me this one. It's a Hydra short, and got these Tomo fins in, 511, and then I've been riding a 6-2 step up through the event, FRK, and they've really been going nicely, I must say. The equipment's changed over the decades, really made a big difference.
Well, Greg, we're really stoked for you. Enjoy the celebrations, and you're the new SA champion over 55. Well done, buddy.
Thank you.
Back to you, Giggs.
Oh, I love it. Love it. I was going to say you guys are considerably shorter than the 511 that Greg just won on, but I'm not going to say that. I'm just going to move on to a time call of 19 and a half minutes to go. Daddy! A national title for Greg Swart. It speaks volumes about where Greg finds himself, and I look forward to hearing about that a little more in the coming weeks ahead. Let's have a look at surfing on the outside, folks. No real waves yet. This is the first meaningful wave of the over 50 final. That's a banger. Good combination of turns for Banksy. Andrew Banks, the Ilembe team member. Spent a lot of his youth here. Knows the lineup perhaps better than most, and he's going to put a score on the cards that's going to set the pace for the over 50 men's final right here. Surfer in white, Steve Bradell, just at 1.13. And as we mentioned, Ryan, little stone in your shoe. And meanwhile, here goes blue, Warren Dixon. Had a little 0.8 earlier, but now into his first meaningful wave of the final. And a couple of nice snaps, good combinations coming from Warren Dixon on the inside, and that was efficient surfing. Here goes Ryan Ribbink. And that was a committed paddle, so he'll go snakes and ladders down the priority order. First priority with white at the takeoff zone. First priority with white. So Greg Swart, great scores in that over 55 men's finals with an 8.63 and a 7.63. And that story continues into the over 50 men's as opening ride of yellow is going to come in at a 7.88. YouTube viewers, a little look at the opening ride of Andrew Banks. 7.88 for our surfer in yellow to get going. Good combinations of turns. And an efficient run down the St. Michael sandbar here for Andrew Banks. Plenty of time in this over 50s men's final. A little over 17 minutes to go. Eyes at the takeoff zone here for White. Here goes Steve Bradell. He can also lay a turn or two, let me tell you. And he side swipes that lip. That only his second wave of the final. 16:45 on the clock. Still waiting for a meaningful number from Ryan Ribbink, who has incurred an interference. But here he goes. He's a spirited surfer, and he'll come around the section. Lovely down calf shift. This wave is offering ahead, and he'll just keep the pace. Lip line float. Technically very good surfing from Ryan Ribbink here. All the way to the end section. Oh, and just a little spill, but definitely challenging the numbers of Andrew Banks' 788. We'll wait for the judge's opinion on that. Meanwhile, surfer in blue, Warren Dixon, your last ride, a 5.63. Last of blue, a 5.63. You're still sitting on a 0.8 throwaway, Warren. So you'll get to work getting rid of that with 16 minutes to go. First priority is with blue. Second priority with white. Surfer in white, your last ride, 3.75. 3.75, last of white. Stand by for score for red. The tide has turned over. The wind's still just puffing out the south. Priority change? No priority change. Really? Wow, okay. First priority still remains with blue. Second priority with white. All right, surfers. Waiting for score for last to red. All right, surfers, make a little noise. Last of red, 9 points. Ryan Ribbink brings him right into the story with that interference still. Kept his mind clear and now finds a 9-point ride in the lineup. YouTube viewers, a little look at Ryan Ribbink's 9-pointer. Couple of good turns and then that rooftop float with speed straight out. So there was still a little bit of extra left on that. Even with the fall, Ryan Ribbink's going to get a 9. Tristan Frew, technical. We need you up here. Thank you. So 12 and a half minutes to go, and Ryan Ribbink is in the lead, folks, with a single score of a 9. Remember that Andrew Banks only needs a 1.13 to sneak out of second up to first. So just a little under 12 and a half minutes on the clock. Let's have a look at the heat situation. Just watching the replay here of Warren Dixon on the inside. Warren Dixon getting that 5.63. So 12 minutes on the clock. Red, you are the heat leader with a single score of a 9. You have that interference. Andrew Banks opening with a 7.88, our surfer in yellow. Now just chasing a 1.13 to jump to first. Warren Dixon sitting in third, holding a 0.8 as one of his scores, still Warren. Remember that you only need a 3.38 to jump to the lead, but that is also not factoring in a second ride of yellow. Furious paddle there for yellow. Banksy just getting a bit frustrated. Plenty of time. So first priority at the takeoff zone is with blue. Second priority is with white. Keep our eyes on the lineup here. Potential score coming for white. Steve Bradell finds himself down in fourth. And that'll be a little in and out. Bradell sitting on a 3.75 and a 1.13. Let's have a look at Banksy. He might turn this into a little runner. He does. Here goes Andrew Banks. He just wants to hear that he's in the lead. He only needs a 1.13 to do it. Nice little glancing float. And a nice little pivot snap for Banksy. We'll see him go into the heat lead with 10.5 on the clock. We'll stand by for score for last of yellow to make it official. Ten minutes remaining, surfers. 10 minutes to go. And now here is that situation change. The heat has a new heat leader now in Andrew Banks. Last of yellow, a 4.63. And yellow is in the lead. Red drops to second. Surfer in blue in third. And Warren, if you want to take a heat win, you're looking for a 6.89. Steve Bradell in white, down in fourth. You're chasing an 8.76 for the title. But if I look at the numbers that are separating, Ryan Ribbing currently sitting in second means that Warren Dixon in third to go to second would need like a 4-point ride. So Warren, you're chasing a 4 if you want to go up to second. And you'd be chasing a mid-range 6 if you want the heat win. These are just rough maths because the computer is calculating for the heat win. Further information, Steve Bradell down in fourth. If you want to go up to third, you don't need a whole lot, pal, like a 3-pointer. If you want to go up to second, you would need about a 5. So a 5-point ride through the lineup is going to change things for Warren Dixon and Steve Bradell. Andrew Banks also can improve his situation. Although he is the heat leader, one of his scores was that last, a 4.63. And so that's easily improved upon. But for now, Andrew Banks leads with a 7.88 and a 4.63. Time call, a little over 8 minutes to go. Just watch the lineup here. It looks like Banksy's cruising in the middle of the peak here. Tide Stonu turnover and a little bit of a tide push on the way. Again, much like yesterday, that light southerly breeze just brushing the Indian Ocean here. Those heavy rains on Friday, just leaving a little bit of a sort of murky line on the inside, but I can assure you where all those fishing boats are just a kilometer out, it's crystal blue. I'm told the current is moving over Protea Banks at about 4 knots, south to north, but the visibility out there, absolutely world class. So the diving here on Protea Banks from the Shelley Beach launch site. A strong tourist attraction. Six and a half on the clock, surfers. Your time call, 6.5 to go. Over 45 men's finalists coming up next. Greg Emsley, Gary van Verichen, Grant Baker, Lyle Botcher. You guys have got about 6.5 minutes to the end of this heat. Meanwhile, middle of St. Mark's for Andrew Banks. In and out. So Andrew Banks leading with the 7.88 and the 4.63. He's going to spend the remaining 6 minutes looking to up his numbers and replace the 4.63, which is, I would think, fairly easy to do. Only thing is now he'll be in the 4th priority, so that's why he's sitting wide. So smart tactic here from Andrew Banks, current heat leader. Ryan Ribink will be thinking, well, the only way I can improve is to get a 10, because he's stuck with that interference which went down in the first 60 seconds. Warren Dixon sitting in 3rd, still sitting on a 0.8, Warren. Like a 4-point ride will get you up to 2nd. A 6.89 will get you the heat win. And Steve Bradell also down in 4th, can improve his position. Needs like a 4-point ride. A 4.23 would get a 2nd place position for Steve Bradell. So let's see where this goes. We're under 5 minutes to go, 4:45 on the clock. First priority is with blue. Here's Banksy, your heat leader. His focus now to improve on the 4.63. Speed float with some nice projection. And then a little ankle tap, and he won't improve his heat winning score with 4 minutes to go. Watch the lineup here. Meanwhile, YouTube viewers for a little replay of last wave of Andrew Banks, not going to feature in his top 2. He does remain the heat leader, though, with now a little over 3 minutes to go, surfers. 3 minutes to go here in the over 50 men's final. Andrew Banks in the lead with scores of a 7.88 on his opener. Quickly backed it up with a 4.63. And still looking to get more out of this heat with 2 minutes 50 on the clock. Ryan Ribink on a single ride, folks, is sitting in 2nd. It's the best individual wave of the heat, a 9-pointer. But unfortunately, Ryan Ribink had incurred that paddle interference early on in his little tussle for the opening ride with Steve Bradell. And again, Warren Dixon in 3rd, still sitting on a 0.8. Found himself a reasonable score of a 5.63 and only needs a 6.89 to take the title. So perhaps a banging set with 2 minutes 20. Come on, Barry Wallen, send us a set just to liven this up. It's been an incredible week of surfing. Here's a little inside track for blue. This is Dixon trying to challenge in the medal order. Another nice little snap, and combos to come on the inside. Another good snap. Dixon sweeps it around. There's still a little track on the inside. Lovely reaching cutback. And that is a good contribution to the heat for Warren Dixon. And I'll remind you that a 6.89 would get him the title. Let's see where that score lands. It's a critical score to come with 90 seconds to go. Andrew Banks, last ride at 2.5, not in your top two. You are the heat leader, but stand by for score for last of blue. It's going to be a 5.95, and Dixon jumps up to second. Ribbings down in third. And Bradell is remaining in fourth. Here is Ryan Ribbink. Is he going to get into this thing? That thing ran away from him, and here is the opportunity for Banks to seal the deal. Your heat leader, Andrew Banks, not going to up his numbers. And here's Steve Bradell as we get down to the pointy end. We're inside the last minute of the over 50 men's final. So Banks is not going to improve his numbers, but still sitting securely in the lead. Here's a last roll of the dice for red. Ryan Ribbink found a 9 in the lineup along with an interference. Surfing's on point. Clock's on 25 seconds. And here's Bradell. Kneeboarding, now standing. And Steve Bradell can put a few spicy combos together on his back end when the opportunities present itself. 10 seconds to go. Bradell still down the line. And let's close the over 50s in 3, 2, 1. Well, round of applause for all four our finalists. But Ilembe, you have a national champion. Over 50 men's title is going to go to Andrew Banks. And Banksy will take the win over Warren Dixon, who found a last gasp score. Needed a 6.89, found a 5.95, and it pushed him up to second. Just waiting to gather scores. Surfers in the lineup, hold your position. Just catching up numbers here for that last exchange. Surfers in the lineup, just hang on. We'll give you a suitable heads up. Important scores to split second, third, and fourth here. Steve Bradell, of course, had been sitting on a 1.13 as one of his counters. So last of white, Steve Bradell was a 5.1. All right, your heat is on. Over 50 men's. Done and dusted. We're now into the over 45 men's final. Your heat is on. Greg Emsley will wear red. Gary van Vierging in the white. Three-time big wave world champ Grant Baker sneaks into the story here in yellow. And former QS campaigner Lyle Botcher will make up a very loaded heat. And we look forward to this one.
All right, big shout out to Giggs Cilliers coming and lending us a bit of his time here. So thanks, Giggs. WSL commentator, former world kneeboarding champion, and very knowledgeable. A big shout out to Ilembe's Andrew Banks taking out the victory there. He is such a legend, old Banksy, and another South African title to his name. We'll be standing by on the beach there with Mark Fruit to give the beach interview. And in the water right now, as mentioned, Greg Emsley, Gary van Vierging, Grant Baker, and Lyle Botcher. That makes up the men's over 45 final. And what a final that's going to be, folks. what a final that is going to be. All right, a massive shout out there to Banksy. Well done, Banksy. He'll be coming for his interview very shortly. Surfers in the water, remember, 25-minute heats, 20 odd minutes remaining in this heat, and Greg Emsley up and riding first. All right, Mark through with the winner of the over 50 men's, Andrew Banks. Over to you, Mark.
So I'm here with the winner of the over 50 men's, Andrew Banks. Andrew Banks, very popular winner. Andrew, let's just, is our mic okay there? Check, check. Mic check. Mic check. Right, so I'm here with the winner of the over 50s, Andrew Banks, very popular winner in these parts. Andrew, you grew up and learned to surf at this beach. You now live in Ballito and you represent the Ilembe district. How was it to take a title at the beach where you learned to surf and you grew up?
Well, Mark, it's absolutely fantastic. I obviously like to dedicate this win to my late mother and brother. The ashes out here at St. Michael's, so it's a very, very dear, special place to me. Also, huge thanks to the Ugu district and the whole team of Tidy Towns for putting on one of the most fantastic events probably ever, especially in light of the passing of Barry Wallens, who did so much for surfing. Obviously, Blue Rage Surf Company and Hurricane Surf for supporting me all these years. And definitely last but not least, to my beautiful wife, Penelope. Without her support and commitment to my what I wanted to achieve here, it wouldn't have been possible. Love you, babe.
Andrew, you have represented South Africa at the World Masters Champs. You took out a World Masters title a couple of years ago as well. So tell us a little bit about the board that you rode in the final. What kind of board choice did you take out there for the final?
Yeah, well, it's a Blue Rage Starfighter model. I kind of helped design it. That really does go well. I've obviously been staying at Casa Bradovic, and so was over at the World Games with me, and obviously he has some wise words to say every evening. So it's been a really great week, and thanks to all the locals for putting up with us.
Congratulations. Enjoy the celebrations, and you're the new over 50 South African men's champion. Well done, Andrew. Back to you, Ant.
Woo, well done, Banksy, you legend. All right, surfers in the water. We're back on 20 minutes remaining in this final. Just a big wave man, Grant Twiggy Baker with one wave to his name, a 2.35. Early days though, and priority yet to be established. Remember, we've got 4 surfers in the water representing themselves, but more importantly, representing their district. And Ilembe has another title now with Andrew Banks in the men's over 50. In the water though, men's over 45 final. This could have been a final anywhere in the world. Grant Baker, he's been in many, many finals on the Big Wave World Tour. Greg Emsley, he's represented South Africa on the WQS. Gary van Veerigen has been ripping all the way up and down the coast. And Lyle Botcher also been entertaining us for many, many years. Up next, Sean Holmes, Tyrell Johnson, David Weir, and Gavin Roberts. Another absolute cracker coming to you at the Tidy Town South African Surfing Championships. We are here at St. Mark's. It's in memory of Barry Wallens. What a legend he was, and absolute soldier of the surfing industry. A lot of good, important people come together to pull events off like this. Big shout out to contest director Anne Wright for doing a wonderful job. And ladies and gentlemen, first of red dropping in. First of red is 613. Greg Emsley, 613 to your name. So early days still, 18:42 on the clock. Surfer in red with a wave leading the heat. Surfer in yellow currently down in second position. Remember, you want to take out the win. The requirements we'll be telling you are for first position. And just out of interest right now, Surfer in white and blue are looking at a 614 to get up into first position. Pretty inconsequential at this point, though, as each surfer needs at least 2 waves. And just looking on the YouTube replay here at Greg, the foot Emsley, starting off very nicely indeed. But here's the local representative, Gary van Vuuringen. He's going. Nice little check turn to get started. Goes up above the lip there, cuts it back. Gary getting to work nicely here. He's no slouch on these waves and super fast style of surfing. Earns him some big numbers and finishing off strongly there. Gary van Vuuringen. Ugu. Big shout out to everyone involved here, especially the young Tristan Frew. He's been in charge of the live feed, social media, and the young man doing a great job. Lyle Botcha. He's put that pool incident behind him, racing over there, big screaming float over the top and getting that big trademark Botcha snap. So wave number 1 for Olembi. And there we go, ladies and gentlemen. Ugu, put your hands together. 7.63, I beg your pardon. First of white, 7.63. He's thrown down a marker. That's your Ugu surfer shooting to the lead. Right, we'll be standing by for that first of blue. Just having a little look here at the replay for the YouTube viewers. And Gary van Vuuringen with a very good opener indeed. He's been doing this all day. He was ripping in the big stuff. He's throwing it around in the small stuff. All right, remember we are into 25-minute finals. Currently the over 45 men's final. Up next, over 40 men's, preceded by the over 35 men, open women and open men's final. So 5 heats left for the day. We'll be doing the prize giving straight afterwards in front of the Tidy Towns. I guess we'll call it the Tidy Town sign on the beach, thanking all the sponsors there. We'll do the prize giving in front there with the officials directly after the open men's final. Remember, each surfer vying for an individual title, but they're also surfing for their team. And let me tell you, every team wants to take home the overall title. First of blue, Lyle Botcha, your first wave, 5.25. Priority sitting with the surfer in red, Greg Emsley. You currently have priority. Situation as follows. White leading, red second. Red, you need a 1.51 to get up in the lead. Lyle Botcha, surfer in blue, you need a 2.39. Grant Twiggy Baker in yellow, looking for a 6.39. Early days still, because remember each surfer wanting to get at least 2 waves, and only the surfer in yellow currently with 2 waves to his name. I'll bet he'll be wanting to replace both of those waves. A 1.25 and a 1.10 are the scores for the surfer in yellow from Eden, representing Eden rather. Of course, Twiggy living up in the north coast and traveling all around the world, chasing the big wave world surfing tour. Just under 15 minutes remaining, surfers. All right, this is what happens in surfing, folks. The ocean goes flat, gives us a little bit of time to recap. If you've just joined us, you're watching the Tidy Town South African Surfing Championships, and what a championship it's been. Can't thank Tidy Towns, the St. Mark's locals, and all of the companies that sponsored enough. It's been an absolutely epic event. Ugu, they are the district team that has put on this event, and they have set the bar very, very high. Big shout out to you guys. You've made this event smooth and enjoyable. Big shout out to Sea Barley keeping us fed. And if you look around, look at all the banners, folks. This is what it takes to put on an event of this magnitude. 13 minutes remaining, folks. Eyes on the water. Here he is, Buffalo City. Greg Emsley going big. Not as smooth as we're used to seeing from the big natural footer, but finishing off very nicely there. Grant Baker, hot on his heels on the one behind. He's got that lovely swooping cutback. The wave a bit smaller than what he's used to, but the ability is still there. And Twig going way over that section, but just a couple maneuvers for the Eden Surfer. Well, that's going to give us a more accurate situation with a good few surfers now getting more than one wave. And remember, up for grabs, still that built surfboard, well, 3 of them to be exact. The outstanding male and female surfer to be determined by the officials, as well as Chris Knutson at this stage, winning himself a built board. If you want to take that board away from Chris, you've got to pretty much score 2 perfect 10s. Not impossible. We've seen high scores today. Your heat leader and local Ugu representative, Gary van Vuuringen. Nice rooster hit a spray out that first turn, and looking like he's starting to enjoy himself out there, ladies and gentlemen. Quick flick around. Not the biggest wave that we've seen ridden, but the ability certainly there. So we'll stand by for those scores to drop, give you a more accurate situation update. You are watching the over 45 men's final. What a final it is turning out to be. What a day it is turning out to be. We'll be crowning all the champs here today. We've already seen a number of champs coming through. Greg Swart, Andrew Banks. The ladies division champ has been crowned, so things are happening. We'll have an official prize giving directly after the last heat. And that should be somewhere around 20 to 2 this afternoon. So 4 champs established already. Chris Knutson, Daniela Powers, Greg Swart, and Andrew Banks. Who's going to join them? Who's going to be the 5th champion? Is it the man in white, Gary van Vuuringen? Is it Greg Emsley, Lyle Botcher, or Grant Baker? Gary van Vuuringen putting up a very, very good second wave score, 7.75. The judges like it. That means the Ugu surfer way out in front. Greg Emsley, your last wave, an 8.13. Means you've got to find a 7.25 if you want to take the win. Lyle Botcher netting yourself a 4.38. You and Grant Baker find yourself in combo land and a 15.39. 15.39 combination score is what you require. You've got a little over 10 minutes remaining. Right, what it means, folks, is a combination score, 15.39. You can get a maximum of 10 on any one wave. So that means they've got to improve on both wave scores, because that man out in front, Gary van Vuuringen, sitting with a 7.63 and a 7.75, followed very, very closely by the man in red, Greg Emsley. He's sitting with a 6.13 and an 8.13. Lyle Botcher, you need to replace both of your waves, a 5.25 and a 4.38. And Grant Baker, you'll be looking to get rid of a 1.25 and a 3.13. Time is on your side, 9.5 remaining. White leading over red. Red, a 7.25 gets you the W. Yellow and blue, both looking for that combination of scores. 9.5 on the clock, ladies and gentlemen. 9.5 minutes. If you're online, welcome. How's it to the YouTube audience in South Africa and around the world? Lovely to have you tuning in. Just in case you thought there wasn't any more action, Sean Holmes, Tyrell Johnson, Davey Weir, and Gavin Roberts that will be entertaining us next in the men's over 40 final. Time check, 8 minutes surfers, 8 minutes remaining. Gary van Vuuringen holding out the lead. The Ugu surfer in white over Buffalo City's Greg Emsley in red. Alembi's got Lyle Botcher in blue. He needs a combo. Grant Baker from Eden in yellow, also looking at a combination of scores. Just under 8 minutes remaining. All right, just talking to contest director Anne Wright, and she's running us down the special awards. We'll tell you about them now. Let's have a little look at the ocean. 7 minutes remaining in this over 45 men's final. And there we go, Lyle Botcher using his priority. And he'll have to get around that one if he wants to maximize the scoring potential of this wave. We've got a bit of action in the back. Grant Baker. These are the two that we're looking for the combination of waves. Lyle Botcher sliding it, holding it. Twiggy, he's going turn number 5 on that one for the big wave surfer. So he hasn't had a leg workout like this in years, and that's Twiggy Baker going to finish strong here, and he does indeed. Throws the tail. Surfer in yellow, but here goes Greg. Nice rooster head of spray there to get started. Such a clean, smooth style for the over 45 finalist. Sliding the tail around there. The judges certainly got their work cut out for them here. Upteenth turn on that wave. Now we've got multiple waves being ridden. Here's your current heat leader, Gary van Vuuringen. He's getting to work on the back. Greg still going in the front, though. Gary off the back of that one as Greg throwing his hands up in the air, claiming that one. Here we go, ladies and gentlemen. We have a heat in our hands. Is it between white and red? I don't know. Blue and yellow also having something to say. All right, so the judges will be dropping those scores. What Gary has done is given himself an opportunity to wrestle away that priority. Let's see, there's no one else around him. My guess is he'll be out the back first and he'll get first priority. We'll have to wait for the official call from the judges. 5.5 minutes on the clock. Waiting for those scores to drop and a situation update. And priority sits with the local lad from Ugu, Gary van Vuuringen. We're having some scores dropping here, but let's pay attention to what's going on in the back there. I can tell you he needs a score, and the beach is going to will him to one. And excellent surfing here by Gary van Vuuringen. Big floater over there is going way down the beach here. He's going to have to finish extremely strong because Greg Emsley has just gone ham on the last one. Ladies and gentlemen, that is your Ugu surfer. 4.5 minutes left on the clock. Buffalo City, put your hands together. 9.25, last of red. 9.25 for Greg Emsley in red. All right, so momentarily he shot up into the lead. He has shot up into the lead with an 8.13 and a 9.25. That is some exceptional surfing by the former World Tour campaigner. Combo Land as well, Lyle and Grant find themselves, but we're waiting for scores to drop and we're going to give you an accurate assessment. And here it is, folks. Last of Ugu, surfer in white, 8.93. Last of Ugu, an 8.93. Gary, it's not enough to get you in the lead. Your requirement, an 8.46. Ugu, if you want another title, 8.46 is what you require. That man in red, though, absolutely on fire. 8.13 and a 9.25 for Greg Emsley from Buffalo City. Unfortunately for Lyle Botcher and Grant Baker, they find themselves deeper into Combo Land. 17.39. That is what is required of 2 waves. We're into the final 3 minutes, 20 seconds. What a heat we have on our hands, ladies and gentlemen. Priority sits with blue. Second priority, yellow. Third priority, red. He's your heat leader. White has fourth priority. He's going to have to sneak one. Here goes Lyle Botcher. He needs 2 scores. 3 minutes. Beautiful opening turn there for the tall surfer from Alembi. Botcher getting to work that trademark tail waft. He loves to throw that board up. Oh, Lyle Botcher putting his back into it, ladies and gentlemen. Alembi. 2 minutes 45. What a heat we have in our hands. Priority still sitting with yellow. Blue going nuts to the beach. 2.5 remaining, folks. Does that get him out of a combo situation? I think it's going to take him possibly. We'll have to wait and see. Priority yellow, second priority red, third priority sits with the Ugu Surfer in white. Standing by for last of blue. And here we go, Grant Baker. He's been entertaining us for decades, and he's continuing to do so. Beautiful, smooth style of surfing. Starts working his way down here, a little check turn. He's going to have to go big, and he puts his back into it. Grant Baker, is there more for this wave? Is there more for the Eden Surfer? And Twiggy, thank you. Finishing off nicely there in the mid-break. 1 minute 45 remaining. Standing by for those scores to drop. Red and white still in it. Red leading the heat with 90 seconds to go. Surfer and white looking for an 8.46. We're trying to see if Lyle Botcher and Grant Baker get out of combo land. All right, so unfortunately not for blue and yellow. They are still in combo land with just over a minute remaining. Your heat leader from Buffalo City, Greg Emsley. Gary van Verrigen will be searching for an 8.46 in the next 60 seconds. Priority red. And he's used his priority. Is he going to increase the situation? We got 50 seconds remaining. Greg Emsley goes down. Is there another roll of the dice for the Ugu Surfer? Folks, if you are not at this beach, you need to get down here right now. We've got a little bit of a paddle. Gary van Verrigen, last roll of the dice for Ugu. He's going to have to go large. He goes big. Is it enough? Unfortunately, just the one turn for the Ugu Surfer. 30 seconds. "15 seconds. Blue with priority. It's not enough for last of white. 3 points, 10 seconds. Requirement still an 8.46 for Ugu if they want another title. Counting you down in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Unofficially, Buffalo City, you have another South African champion. Just waiting for the official call from the judges. What a final. What a final. Surfers in the water, starting you in 3, 2, 1. Set your watches. 25 minutes of the over 40 men's final coming your way. Huge congratulations to Greg Emsley. Bad luck, Gary. You're an absolute legend. Lovely to have you, Lyle and Grant. Thanks for entertaining us. If you've just got you, folks, you're watching finals day of the Tidy Town South African Surfing Championships, and what a day it is. If you have not been entertained, sit back, relax, and enjoy this final. In red, representing Eden, Sean Holmes. In white, from Buffalo City, Tyrell Johnson. Davey Weir in yellow, representing eThekwini, and the local hopeful, reigning champion, Gavin Roberts, in blue, representing Ugu. 24 minutes of action coming your way. Royden Bryson, Dan Redmond, Brandon Jackson, and Scott Fenter. You gentlemen are up next in the over 35 men's final. All right, so always hard for the guys that didn't win, but always very exciting for those that did win. Greg Emsley with a 17.38 heat total. and followed very closely by Gary van Veerigen with a 16.68. Lyle Botcher, no slouch either, with a 13.36, and Grant Baker with a 12.08. Those are the final heat scores of the over 45 men's final. We're into the over 40 men's final right now. Well, the nature of surfing, it's not only your natural ability and talent, you also need Mother Nature to play along, and she certainly has. We've had epic conditions for this event, and probably the smallest day today for the finals, but very contestable waves nonetheless. Power surfer from Buffalo City, Tyrell Johnson, having a look and opting out of that one. Remember, no priority to start the heat. We need at least 3 surfers to catch a wave, and then we will establish the priority order in the heat. Currently the surfers spread across the lineup. As we're watching the visuals online of Greg Emsley being carried up the beach there. We'll do the winners interview very shortly with Mark Frew down on the beach, so stand by for that. Time check, surfers, 22 minutes remaining in this heat. All right, so as we wait for some action out in the water, we're going to bring you a little bit of action on the beach. Just waiting for the champion to get in position there, and then we'll cross you over to Mark Frew, who's going to interview the over 45 men's South African surfing champion, Greg Emsley. All right, over to you, Mark.
Thank you, Ant. I'm with the over 45 South African men's surfing champion, Greg Emsley. Congratulations, Greg, convincing the win there with very high scoring waves. You've been such a great servant to surfing in South Africa. You were on the WCT for many years. You've won a World Masters surfing title. You were the coach to our only Olympic medal in Japan a few years ago, and you've just added another title to your long list of accolades. Congratulations. How do you feel?
It's, taking every title is like an absolute bonus, and that heat was just so much fun. We were chatting before. All the guys I've surfed against with my whole life, not Twiggy so much because I'm too scared of surfing the waves that he surfs, but of course competing when we were young. And of course Lyle Botcher, for years I traveled with him on the QS back in the day, and then Gary van Veeringen, he's getting better by the day. It's crazy that someone can get to 45 or 46 or whatever it is, and he's just getting better and better. And that goes for a lot of guys in our age group. It's so competitive. So I'm not done. I think when I get home, I'm going to train even harder because it's not getting easier.
We really missed you last year. The Buffalo City didn't send a full team to the event, and you were a big standout that was missing from last year's event. But I was chatting to you earlier, and you got a really interesting story. Having a look at the boardies that you got on, I think you can see us from the camera up there. Greg was telling me that he hasn't worn these board shorts since 2013 when he won a big title, and he took them out of his cupboard because he knew it'd be coming to warm water in KZN. Tell us a story about that.
Yeah, so these were the shorts I won in El Salvador at the World Masters. So I packed them away, and I was looking at them, and we never really have, well, I didn't surf last year, but the other SA title championships have been in cold water places. So I thought maybe I'll bring the Good Luck shorts along. it might give me a bit of luck, and it definitely worked, so I'm stoked.
And then just to finish off, Greg, tell us a little bit about the board that you rode in the final and that magic board that's taken you to another title, a win in the over 45 division.
Well, the board's also old. Well, it's a new board, but it's an old shape, which Spider and I worked with back in the day from 2000s, early 2000s. It's called the Spider Murphy G01, but of course we've changed it up quite a bit over the years, and we've done other shapes, but this one, it's just, yeah, it's a lot different to 2000. It's a bit shorter, a bit wider, and a lot more edge further up just to throw a bit more spray, which we added recently. So enjoying it. It's nice to take an old model and spruce it up a little bit.
Greg, congratulations. Enjoy the celebrations with your team, and of course you surfing in the open final. Good luck for that, and some great surfing this event. Well done, man.
I'll keep my shorts on.
Yeah, keep your shorts on. Back to you, and
Thank you, Mark, and huge congratulations to Greg Emsley. Always entertaining. Right, while that was going on though, eThekwini's surfer in yellow, Davey Weir, netted himself a 7.63. So that is what has happened in this heat. One wave ridden. Surfer in yellow has that wave. And the other three surfers waiting very patiently for the ocean to kick into gear. What we saw there was Davey sneak that one off everybody else and very quietly just go net himself a 7.63, which is a very good wave. So good opening ride by the surfer in yellow. Sean Holmes, Tyrell Johnson and Gavin Roberts looking to answer back. Plenty time though, just under 17 minutes. Right, so we're waiting for some action out at the back. Remember, we've got live music later on today by the Gentry. We've got prize giving. And then a little bit of a party. There's a cash bar available. The party will commence in the Tidy Towns tent. And as mentioned, we've got a live performance by the Gentry. It's a cash bar, there's a merchandise kiosk, and also some wonderful food by the Sea Barley restaurant. Wolf Security, Margate Run, Table 46, MR7, National Group Emergency Medical Services, Sea Barley Restaurant, Peachy Keen Photography, New Form, Formwork and Scaffolding, Eagles Media, and Hibiscus Insurance. Those are just some of the many sponsors that made this event possible. Reigning champ, Ugu's Gavin Roberts, up and riding. He's bided his time well here and looks to be paying off as he hooks that one into next Tuesday, and multiple turns for the reigning champ. He's going to want to finish it off. Something with a little snap. No, decides to get out of that one, but nonetheless, decent opening riding for your surfer in blue. That's Ugu's Gavin Roberts. So just yellow and blue with a wave to their name. Priority has still not yet been established. 14 minutes 20 on the clock. Standing by for that score to drop. Judges are deliberating on it, and then we will give you a situation update. Okay, we've seen some action out there. Could have been some interesting call coming, but it hasn't happened. Everyone has a clean sheet, and red has priority. Sean Holmes, first priority, sitting with you. Eden Surfer in red, sitting with priority, standing by for scores to drop. Some action at the back. Keep your eyes peeled, ladies and gentlemen. Sean Holmes, he's been entertaining us for decades, taking off the likes of Keddy Slater at Jeffreys Bay many years ago, and enjoying his first wave here in the final. Okay, so we've got some action. Davy Weir, wave number 2 for eThekwini. He's opened up nice and strong. He's got some wall to work with here, going right above the lip there for turn number 1. And as he stuck it, yes, Davy Weir, super glue on those feet. 13 minutes remaining. Ugu, put your hands together. Surfer in blue, Gav Roberts, 8.25 for his opening ride. We've got a heat on our hands here, ladies and gentlemen. We have a heat on our hands. Buffalo City currently sitting with priority. Tyrell Johnson, you are sitting with priority. Second priority, Gavin Roberts, Surfer in blue, second priority. And it's been pretty awesome being live online, been getting some nice comments about the competition and the commentary and everything. So to those of you watching online, awesome that you're tuning in. And why wouldn't you be, guys? We have got a heat on our hands. Last of Yellow dropping in, 5.25. Yellow, you have third priority. You have the lead. So Davy Weir out in front. Gav Roberts, your first wave, an 8.25. You need a 4.63 if you want to wrestle the lead back from Davy Weir in yellow. Sean Holmes, Eden Surfer in red. Your first wave, a 5.88. They're looking at a 7.01 for you to get up into first place. And Tyrell Johnson, currently sitting with the combination 12.89 requirement. Your one waiver throwaway 0.58. First priority sitting with Tyrell Johnson in white. Second priority with the local man, Gavin Roberts from Ugu in blue. And he's currently in second position looking for a 4.63. Sean Holmes, 7.01 is your requirement. Plenty time, 11 minutes, some change on the clock. Well, just looking at what's coming up next, over 35 men's final, Royden Bryson, Dan Redmond, Brandon Jackson, Scott Fenter. After that, the standout lady so far, Zoe Stein, Olivia Brand, Louise Lapront, and Heather Clark in the open final, and then the open men's final. Greg Emsley looking for the double. He'll be taking on Thomas Lyndhurst, Carrie Steen, and Mitch Dupree. That is the men's final. So we've got about 85 minutes of surfing left for the day. 10 minutes left in this current heat. eThekwini's Dave Weir currently with the lead over Ugu's Gavin Roberts. Gavin looking for a 4.63. Sean Holmes currently in third, looking for 7.01. And Tyrell Johnson with priority, looking to get out of combo land. 12.89 is the combination you need. 10 minutes on the clock. You are watching the men's over 40 final in the Tidy Town South African Surfing Championships right here at St. Mark's on Sea. If you're joining us online on YouTube, it's lovely to have you. We have had absolutely epic conditions here since Tuesday. We've seen it all. We've seen 10-foot barrels. We've seen aerials. We've seen 3 aerials on one wave. We've seen 10-point rides. We've seen high nines. We've crowned champions. We've still got 4 champions to crown. And remember, there's 5 extra prizes on top of the actual trophy prizes. You can get outstanding surfer. You can get overall competitor. Of course, in memory of Barry Wallens, Bolt is donating 3 surfboards. One of those currently going to Chris Knutson for the highest heat total. And then 1 board each to the outstanding female and outstanding male surfer of the competition. So, plenty of action. 9 minutes remaining in this heat. Davy Weir currently with 1 hand on the trophy. The rest of the surfers looking for wave number 2. Priorities sitting with Buffalo City's Tyrell Johnson. Time check, surfers, 8 minutes. 8 minutes remaining in the men's over 40 final. Surfer in yellow, eThekwini's David Weir currently in the lead. Local representative Gavin Roberts from Ugu, he is currently second, looking for a 4.63. Surfer in red from Eden, Sean Holmes, he's looking for a 7.01. And Tyrell Johnson, he has priority. He's looking to get out of a combination 12.89 situation. Plenty of time to go, but the ocean needs to produce the waves. Seven minutes, surfers. 7 minutes remaining. Hoping the ocean is going to produce some canvases for these artists to express themselves on, but we're just waiting patiently up here. And we've got a bit of action. He's not going to waste any time. He's leading the heat. Last time he took one under priority, he really capitalized on it. This is Davey Weir going over and above, but incomplete. I think the other guys out there will breathe a heavy sigh of relief. So we'll see if that one factors into his top two. And not going to have any bearing on the situation. A throwaway 2.75 for eThekwini's Dave Weir. Requirements unchanged for Surfer in blue, a 4.63, 7.01 for Surfer in red, and 12.89. A combination situation for the man with priority, Tyrell Johnson from Buffalo City. All right, guys, in the next heat, you can start making your way out there very shortly. Remember, just to stay well clear of the guys in the current heat. Royden Bryson, Dan Redmond, Brandon Jackson, and Scott Fenter. Wow, and I've been commentating for many years, and that would have been many, many finals that I've commentated in QS events and ASP events and all those different events in the world. Now, right here at the South African Surfing Championships, we've got absolute crackers on our hands with 5 minutes to go. 5 minutes, surfers. He's been biding his time. Buffalo City up and riding. Tyrell Johnson is no slouch, big power surfer from the Eastern Cape. And digging one in there, but straightening up. Gav Roberts, he's on his second wave. Using his priority and floating over the section there. He's going to want to maximize this wave. And turn number 3 for the reigning champ. Is it enough? Let's stand by or wait for those scores to drop. We're into the final 4 minutes, ladies and gentlemen. Priority now shifting to Sean Holmes in red. Second priority to current heat leader Davey Weir. With 3:40 on the clock, we'll give you a situation waiting for scores to drop. The judges really got their work cut out for them. So good to have a professional panel of judges like we have, led by Jono Hutchinson. And just watching the replay here of Tyrell Johnson, he went absolutely nuts on that one, especially that third turn where he just dug in slightly. Just reviewing it here for the YouTube watchers. And then Gav Roberts getting up and riding on a long, long floater to start, and then a couple of foam climbs to finish off his wave. So we'll be standing by for those scores to drop. 2 minutes 45 left on the clock. Last of blue dropping in. Gav Roberts 4.83. It's 0.02 more than he required. He's into the lead. Last of white, Tyrell Johnson 7.20. Situation. Blue into the lead. Davey Weir, you're now looking for a 5.46. You have second priority. Tyrell Johnson, your requirement now, a 5.89. And Sean Holmes, your requirement shooting up to 7.21. 2 minutes, surfers. Blue leading, yellow second, white third, red fourth. So the judges deeming the Ugu surfer to have done just enough. He needed a 4.81, got a 4.83. That long floater. And you are watching the Tidy Town South African Surfing Championships. Priority sitting with your surfer in red. The interesting thing here, folks, is with 90 seconds remaining, any one of these surfers can get the required score. Gav Roberts is hanging on by a thread. Davey Weir wants it. Tyrell Johnson's not done, and Sean Holmes says he needs a title. 1:22 left on the clock. Priority red, second priority yellow, third priority white. The ocean has been flat for so much of this heat. One minute, surfers. And he has priority. He's using it. This is Sean Holmes from Eden getting to work. Is it going to be enough? Not as smooth as we used to have seen from the J-Bay surfer. 40 seconds. Priority now sitting with Dave Weir. His requirement, a 5.46, can get that in a sleep. Tyrell Johnson, a 5.89 is what you need. 30 seconds. Ugu holds their breath. 25 seconds. Who's it going to be, folks? Is there going to be another roll of the dice? 20 seconds, we all know. 10 seconds and Mother Nature goes flat. Gonna count it down in 4, 3, 2, 1. By the barest of margins, the Ugu surfer takes it over eThekwini's David Weir. So just waiting for that score to be finalized. There we go. Surfers in the water. Set your watches. Counting you down in 3, 2, 1. Whew, what a final. Not a lot of waves, but the excitement levels through the roof, and Ugu will be delighted. Well done, Gavin Roberts. Bad luck, Davey Weir, Sean Holmes, and Tyrell Johnson. Very valuable teams, very valuable points going to your team totals. And introducing to you in the under 35s, over 35s men's final, Royden Bryson in red. He is the local representative from Ugu. Dan Redman, eThekwini Surf Association. He's in white. Brandon Jackson, fellow eThekwini surfer. And so is this chap, Scott Venter, also representing eThekwini and getting one straight off the bat. Nice opener here for Scott Venter. He's no slouch on the backhand and getting multiple cracks under his belt. Finishing off there. And as he finished it, no, unfortunately not, comes unstuck, but scales will be set on that wave. As Dan Redman wastes no time. He's been entertaining us all week with that beautiful backhand style. Super fast, super aggressive, and uncharacteristically not making it all the way through. Okay, so a couple of waves ridden early on in heat, or over 35 man, the over 35 men's final. Scott Venter with 1 under the belt, Dan Redmond with 1 under the belt. Zoe Stein, Olivia Brand, Louise Lepront, Heather Clark. Ladies, you're in next. And if you're joining us on YouTube, we've crowned a number of champions. We'll have the official prize giving straight afterwards. And a big congratulations to Gav Roberts. There was some very nervous moments there as Davey Ware was scratching for that final score. All right, ladies and gentlemen, first of blue coming through, Scott Venter, 613. Dan Redmond, your first wave at 375. So 3 ESA surfers in here, eThekwini Surf Association. Scott Venter in blue, Dan Redmond in white, and Brandon Jackson in yellow. Are they ganging up on the Ugu representative, Royden Bryson, in red? All right, so just going through the replay there. Again, Dan Redmond uncharacteristically falling off there, but netting himself a 375. And wasting no time. He wasn't happy with that first one. Get us another one. He's been entertaining us all day. He was superb in 8 foot and carrying on with that same style in the smaller waves we're experiencing today. Beautiful, smooth style of surfing for the eThekwini power surfer, Dan Redmond. All right, so we'll stand by for those scores to drop. A little over 21 minutes remaining. You are watching the over 35 men's final in the Tidy Towns Surfing Championships, the South African Surfing Championships. This is the best in the country in the Open and Masters division. Open means basically anyone in the country can surf it, any age group. And then we move on to the Masters age group division. You may only surf your age group, and then you can surf down, so you can't surf up. So if you are 45 years and older, you will surf in that division, and in any division below. You may not go to the divisions above. And you can see social media blowing up. Obviously, Gav Roberts, a local boy here, and everyone along the coast sending messages of congratulations already. So well done, Gav. You did very well to hold off a spirited attack there by Davey Ware. And unfortunately, not the best waves that we've seen throughout the event, but some good surfing nonetheless. All right, but wasting no time, eThekwini, 7.63 for Dan Redmond. He shoots to the lead, but Royden Bryson, he's going to have something to say about this. This gentleman of surfing, Royden, has entertained us the whole event. And look at that style, emulating the surfer in white there with some quick snaps off the top. He's going to want to finish nice and strong here, though. Wraps one around, looking at pulling it back. There's another one off the lip, and he goes super fast. Royden Bryson, wow. Turn number 11 or so. So there we go. Ugu is on the board. We're going to wait for that score to drop. It's the backhand attack, I think. So Brandon Jackson, the odd one out, the natural footer, is against 3 very accomplished goofy footers. All right, and there we have it. The over 40s men's champion standing there with Mark Frew. Well done, Gav Roberts.
Thank you, Ant. I'm here with Gavin Roberts, the new champion in the over 40 division. Gavin, you on the poster for the Tidy Towns SA Surfing Champs. You won the Tidy Towns SA Surfing Champs last year, and you represent the host province, Ugu. Congratulations on winning that title. Tell us a little bit of how about the waves were out there and how it felt to be in that final.
Yeah, the waves were slow in the final, so I'm just happy with the win. I'm just so proud to be part of Ugu and part of the South Coast surfing scene. It's such a great area, and just lovely to have everyone here. Thank you.
Gavin, you live just up the drag at Scottborough. Tell us, how often did you come down to Mike's in preparation for this event? And then also run us through the dimensions of this winning board, the magic sled that got you another title here at St. Mike's.
Cool. Before I carry on, I just want to thank my wife. She's very important to me. And without her help, it wouldn't have happened. And then, yeah, we surf all our trials down here. So I'm comfortable with this wave. I've surfed my first event ever here. So I love this wave. And I just want to honor this victory to Justin Maish's mom, Lynn Maish. She's in the hospital at the moment, and she's been a very special person to Ugu surfing. And this win is for her, and yeah, and Ugu.
Thank you, Gavin. Do you want us to run us through the board? What's the dims there?
Okay, this board is last year's winning board. Haven't put it on ice for a while, and I brought it back out for today. Okay, it's a 6-1 Smith shapes, and yeah, it goes like a bomb.
Gavin, enjoy the celebrations with your team. Ugu was really stoked. You could hear the cheers. Thanks to everybody that come out and support you. Got the most people here at the interview podium. They're stoked. So enjoy your win, Gav, and well done, buddy. Back to you, Ant.
G-Rob, well done, Gavin. What a final, a little bit wave star, but producing the goods. There's been some goods produced out the back there, folks. 17 minutes remaining in this heat, and Dan Redman going 7.63, 6.45, puts him into the lead. Brandon Jackson, the only natural footer in this event, or in this heat rather, went 8 points. That puts him into second. Scott Fencer 6.13, and Royden Bryson a 5.75. And there we go. Royden Bryson loving it. Ugu going for turn number 4. Yellow having a look on the back there. So we've got multiple rides here. 2 rides to start. Brandon Jackson, he loves it. Let's see if we got something special here for the end from the eThekwini surfer. And very powerful and stylish forehand surfing from eThekwini's Brandon Jackson. All right, folks, things hotting up here. Next, we've got the ladies' final. Zoe Stein, Olivia Brand, Louise Lepront, and Heather Clark. And we have Gabby Lavo. She'll take us through that one. We'll finish off with the men's open final. Mitch Dupree, Thomas Lindhorst, Greg Emsley, and Carl Steen. The very experienced Gig Cilliers will take us through that heat. And then we'll move swiftly on to prize giving. Mark Frew will be doing the prize giving with Anne Wright as we watch the replay online here of Royden Bryson's second wave. Really enjoying those quick succession of backhand snaps and just working his way down the beach there. The judges will be deliberating on this one here because Brandon Jackson came behind him with some big snaps on the forehand. And the judges will be wanting to get their scores nice and accurate here. They've done an exceptional job throughout the competition. We're sitting here with an experienced man like Jono Hutchinson, and he's got a panel here. All of the judges have done an exceptional job, so huge shout out to you guys. It's never easy. Right, so waiting for those scores to drop. What we can tell you right now, guys, we've got 15 minutes left in the heat, and priority sits with your surfer in blue, Scott Fenter. So waiting for last scores to drop, we'll give you a situation update. Hello, Tati. All right, surfers, just standing by for those scores to drop. We'll give you a situation update very shortly. What we can tell you right now is there's 14 minutes left in the heat. All right, scores are dropping. Scores are dropping. Last of red, 613. Last of yellow, 6.80. We got a situation change, folks. Brandon Jackson now in the lead. The natural footer showing us how it's done. Dan Redmond hot on his heels. Dan, you require a 7.18. Royden Bryson, a 6.13. You're in third. You need an 8.67. And Scott Fenter, you sit with priority. You need an 8.67. So Royden and Scott with the same requirement. Royden is currently third due to him catching more waves than Scott Fenter, but they have the exact same heat score, a 6.13. So I beg your pardon, Royden has 2 waves to his name. That's why he's ahead of Scott, but their requirement is exactly the same. As your current heat leader sneaks one under priority, Brandon Jacko going nuts out there and just loving a little bit stuck on the second turn, slowed him down for the third. And Dan Redmond flying down the line as he goes, looks for the barrel. Looks like Surfer in yellow is looking for a board change. Don't know if his teammates are there to help him, but we'll stand by for that last of yellow, last of Dan Redmond in white. Time check, 12 minutes, surfers. 12 minutes left on the clock. Just standing by for a couple of scores to drop and a situation update. All right, so for the YouTube viewers, you're getting a replay of the last of yellow. Just waiting for that score to drop as we watch Brandon Jackson, and then again the replay for last of white. Dan Redmond flying down the line on that one, and then opting for a little cover-up, unfortunately not getting in there. So we're standing by for those scores. With just over 11 minutes remaining, you are watching the over 35 men's final. It's Tidy Town, South African Surfing Championships here at St. Mark's. It's been one heck of a week. It's been epic. It has been insane. We've seen everything. And we are crowning champions. 11 minutes, surfers. 11 minutes remaining. All right, so it looks like Brandon Jackson has had a board change there. He is currently leading. We're waiting for his last score to drop, as well as last of red. I beg your pardon, last of white. Keep reading Dan Redmond and thinking he's in red. He normally is in red, to be honest. But Royden Bryson is in red. He's the local UGRI representative. We'll give you your requirement very shortly, Royden, as well as Scott Fenter. See if... All right, surfers, scores are in. Last of yellow, not enough. Does not factor in your top 2. Brandon Jackson from eThekwini, you are in the lead. Surfer in white, Dan Redmond, you're currently second. Your requirement, a 7.18. 7.18 is what you require. Royden Bryson, Ugu Surfer in red, an 8.67. Once again, 8.67 is your requirement. Same goes for you, Scott Fenter in blue. Yellow leading, white second, red third, and blue fourth. We've got a little under 10 minutes remaining in this heat. Nine minutes, surfers. 9 minutes on the clock. Remember, we've got the open women's final next. Zoe Stein, Olivia Brand, Louise Lapront, and Heather Clark. Heather missed out in the ladies' final, open ladies. Oh, I beg your pardon. So ladies over 30 was the first final, and that was Heather Clark coming second. So she'll want to add a title. 8-minute surfers, 8 minutes remaining in this very exciting over 35 men's final. Scott Venter, wave number 2. Gets proceedings off underway here. 2 nice snaps off the top. Snap number 3, getting a little bit stuck there, but recorrecting. And he's going to want to really maximize those last couple backhand snaps. So finish strong on the inside there. And Scott Venter throwing it up to 12 o'clock. So, eThekwini. Can Ugu rain on their parade? Royden Bryson looking for an 8.67. Scott Venter. He's just had a wave. We're going to wait for his second score to come in. Brandon Jackson is currently leading with Dan Redmond second, but that could all change, folks. With 7 minutes remaining, we've seen wave number 2 from the blue surfer. It's a 6.13. He's got himself a couple of 6.13s. Not enough, Scott. You still need an 8.67. Royden, you've dropped down to 4th. You also require an 8.67. Priority sitting with the Ugu surfer. Brandon Jackson leads. He's the only natural footer out there. Dan Redmond currently in second. Dan, if you want to take the lead, is 7.18. 7.18 is your requirement. 6 minutes, 30 seconds. Mrs. T.G. Lowe, it looks like we have your phone and your global card. Mrs. T.G. Lowe, if you've lost your phone and your card, come and have a look at the tower. Thank you so much to the good, honest people for picking it up. All right, getting down to the final 6 minutes of this heat. We've seen some exceptional scores so far, and don't go anywhere, ladies and gentlemen. There's still some to come. Dan Redmond using his priority. He's been going absolutely ballistic today and every other day. And what a beautiful smooth style surfing. Turn number 3 under the lip there. Dan Redmond working it to the beach. Ladies and gentlemen, this is some exceptional surfing from the ESA surfer. Loving each and every turn. Each one getting stronger. And that could be number 10. Is he going to finish? Oh, a little chop hop there to finish off proceedings. Dan Redmond. Wave number 5, and from this angle, looked like an absolute cracker. So we'll stand by. 5 minutes remaining. 5 minutes. Ladies, in the next heat, you may paddle out. And a very good luck to all of you. There's Ugu having a little paddle down the beach. Just over 4.5 remaining, ladies and gentlemen. We're standing by for that last of white. Ladies and gentlemen, put your hands together. 9.70. Last of white, and 9.70. I didn't want to call it, but I'm saying that's the best wave I've seen surfed on the backhand today. Absolutely exceptional. Dan Redmond, you shoot to the lead. What this means, ladies and gentlemen, is a combination situation for surfer in yellow. Surfer in blue rather than surfer in red. Surfer in yellow currently second. Brandon Jackson, you need a 9.34. Once again, let me repeat that. Brandon Jackson, you need a 9.34 to take the lead. Dan Redmond blitzing his way to a 9.70. If you surf well, the judges will reward you, and even the chop hop was quite stylish at the end there for Dan Redmond. Royden Bryson could be the last roll of the dice for the Ugu surfer. Also no slouch on his backhand. And just catching a rail. When it's going your way, it's going your way. Royden Bryson, he's done it all. He's been on the CT. He was one of the first South Africans to qualify way back when. And still an exceptional talent in the water. Thank you, Royden, for entertaining us. Thank you, Dan Redmond, for that exceptional display on your backhand. Brandon Jackson, you want to do it for the natural footers. You need a 9.34. Priority currently sitting with the surfer in yellow. Second priority with Scott Venter in blue. He's in combo land. Royden was in combo land. Let's just see if the last wave has any bearing on the score. More than likely not. Remember, when you're deliberating about standout surfers and then someone puts his hand up again and again, it's very hard to ignore. 2 minutes 30 remaining, folks. 2 minutes 30. Dan Redmond leading over Brandon Jackson. Surfer in yellow looking for a 9.34. Combination situation for blue and red. 17.34 is their requirement. Absolutely smashing heat total of 17.33 by Dan Redmond. White leads. Yellow second. Blue third. Red fourth. We've got 2 minutes. 2 minutes remaining in this over 35 final. Brandon Jackson, you have priority. Surf in yellow, you have priority. Your requirement, a 9.34. Seconds, surfers. 90 seconds on the clock. eThekwini first, eThekwini second, eThekwini third, and Ugu in fourth. Unfortunately, the ocean going flat. Flat, flat, flat. 1 minute 10 remaining. Priority sits with yellow. He needs a 9.34. He's the only one who can change the situation at this stage. Both Scott Venter and Royden Bryson needed a combination 17.34. 1 minute, surfers. Scott Venter not going to leave it to fate or priority. He gets going on what will be his last roll of the dice there. 45 seconds remaining as he goes past 12 o'clock. 40 seconds. And Scott Venter going ballistic there. 30 seconds. There is your heat leader. Wave number 6. Is Brandon Jackson going to get the final say? 20 seconds. Ten seconds. Do we have a new champ? Will there be a final roll of the dice? Counting you down in 4, 3, 2, 1. And that one will be possibly deemed to have gone after the buzzer, so we'll wait for the judge's final call on it. It's a beautiful wave by Brandon Jackson. Going off, claiming it. Ladies in the water, stand by. We're just finishing up the last heat. All right, just waiting for the judges to finalize things. We are on hold. Ladies, we are on hold. Ladies in the water, set your watches. 25 minutes, counting you down in 3, 2, 1. Officially well done to Dan Redmond and Brandon Jackson. Bad luck, Scott Venter, Royden Bryson, 3rd and 4th. What a final. Ladies and gentlemen, you are watching the Tidy Town South African Surfing Championship. It's the ladies final, and we have Gabby Labo going to take us through here.
Thank you so much, Ant. And what an exciting over 35 men final. Congratulations to Dan Redmond taking the win. So we've got to crown 2 more champions today. And we're moving into the open women and open men finals. Introducing to you in this heat, in red, we have Buffalo City's Zoe Stain. In white, Olivia Brand representing Ilembe. In yellow, Louise Leprant from Nelson Mandela Bay. And in yellow, Heather Clark surfing for Ugu. So the open women and the open men final, really exciting because you can surf these divisions no matter your age. And the youngest lady in this final is Louise Leprant. She's 14 years old. She's from the South Coast, but she's surfing for Nelson Mandela Bay. Surfer in red up and riding. This is Zoe Stain. She's representing Buffalo City. Great first turn from Zoe. She really has one of the best backhands I've ever seen. Great third turn. Zoe's going to look for a big finish. Surfer in yellow up and riding behind her. Louise Leprant. And Surfer in blue having a look at this ride. So we've got 3 goofy footers in this heat and 1 natural footer. Ollie Brand. Surfer in white up and riding. This is Olivia Brand. She waited patiently for this ride. Gets 1 crack off the top. And we'll wait for the scores to come in. So this is a stacked final with all the women in this final having an SA title to their name. So every single girl in this heat has won a South African title before. As we see a big paddle battle out the back between white and yellow. That's Louise Leprant and Olivia Brand. These girls are so competitive. First priority goes to blue, Heather Clark. And second priority going to yellow. Right, ladies, scores coming in now. First of red, Zoe Stain, a 7.0. First of red, a 7. First of white, Olivia Brand, a 2.88. First of yellow, a 1.25. And first of blue, a 0.83. So still just over 21 minutes remaining in this heat. Plenty time. Surfer in yellow using her priority. This is Louise Leprant. She's from the South Coast, so she knows how to surf this wave. Unfortunately, goes down on that first turn. Surfer in blue up and riding now. This is Heather Clark. We saw her surfing in the over 30 women earlier. And unfortunately, unable to ride out of that turn. All right, so handing over to Mike Frew on the beach. Apologies.
Thank you very much, Gabby. I'm here with the over 35s winner, Daniel Redmond from eThekwini Surf Riders in Durban. Daniel, you had a stellar junior career. You made your national colors and you represented South Africa. Then you went on to take a 6-star WQS event. You won in the Maldives. You've had solid results in the past. You've recently got engaged and you're still charging on every swell that hits Durban. And at the beginning of the year, I remember Paul Canning saying to me, we've got to get this guy into the ESA team. He'll be a real threat in the over 35s. And I think Paul's decision and twisting your arm paid off. Tell us how you felt in the event and out there in the final.
Yeah, I came off a good semi-final, so I was feeling pretty good. I just knew we were hoping there was going to be a good pulse of waves. And it was a little bit slow, but I mean, there was one really good wave that came through and I managed to snag that one. So yeah, I came through with the wins. Actually, I don't know how many SA champs I've surfed. Got a good few runner-ups, thirds, fourths. So that's actually the first SA title I've taken. So yeah, well done.
Oh, I didn't know that was your first SA Champs title, so well done. How was the banter between the 3 ESA surfers out there? Tell us a little bit about that, and then also run us through the dimensions and what kind of boards you were riding in the final out there.
Yeah, it wasn't too much banter. We were just having good old chit-chat like we normally do in our sessions. Yeah, I've known Jacko best mate. Royd and I've travelled with for years doing the tour. Scott I've known for years doing the junior series as well. So there's, I don't know, good close to 30 years of friendship there. So yeah, it was epic sharing the final with them. And then yeah, the board I've got is it's a Bolt 5.2. I think it's a Lightning 2 model that I've been sticking with for the last couple of years. It's actually, I think this board's a good year older, so it's been creased, so old faithful.
Daniel, congratulations. Enjoy the celebration with your team and well done. You're the over 35 champion of South Africa. Well done. Back to you, Gabby.
Thank you, Mike, and congratulations, Dan Redmond. So, ladies, in this heat, 18 and a half minutes remaining. So just over 18 minutes. Last of blue, Heather Clark at 2.45. And last of yellow, a 1.48. So situation, red leads with blue in second, looking for a 3.51. Surf in yellow, Olivia Brand, you are in third place, looking for a 4.13, and you have first priority. Surfer in yellow, Louise Leprant, down in fourth, looking for a 5.53. 18 minutes remaining, surfers. Priority is white, red, yellow, blue. So as I was saying earlier, all the women in this heat have an SA title to their name, so they know what it takes to win one of these finals. And it is an honor to even be in the final in any division, especially one of the open divisions. So just a call to the open men in the next final, the last final of the day. It's Mitch Dupree, Thomas Lindhorst, Greg Emsley, and Carl Steen. And guys, the prize giving will be in the white marquee, the Tidy Towns tent, at 2 p.m. So please, can everyone meet there by 2 p.m.? Thank you. So ladies in the water, 16 and a half minutes remaining. Still plenty time remaining in this heat. Surf in yellow, having a look at this ride. This is Louise Leprant, local girl representing Nelson Mandela Bay. Nice snap off the top for Louise. A much better looking ride from her. She's looking to improve on a 1.25. Surf in blue up and riding before her, after her, sorry. This is Heather Clark. And Surf in red, having a look at this ride. This is Zoe Steyn, our current heat leader. She's sitting with a 7 and she's looking to back it up. Goes very vertical on that end section. Unfortunately, unable to ride out. "15 and a half minutes remaining, surfers. 15 and a half minutes remaining. Surf in white is out the back with priority. So it's been such an exciting day of competition, an exciting week, in fact. But we've seen some amazing surfing today from all of our winners and all of our surfers in this event. It's been such a success and the best SA Champs that I've ever been in. So we're just waiting for those last few scores to come in. 14 minutes and 20 seconds on the clock, surfers. Priority is with Surf in white, Olivia Brand. Priority is white, blue, red. white, blue, red. All right, scores coming in now with 14 minutes on the clock. Last of red, Zoe Stain, a 4.13. Last of yellow, Louise Leprant, a 5.68. And last of blue, a 3.45. So situation, red leads with Surf and Yellow now moving up into second place. Yellow, you're looking for a 5.46, Louise. Surf and Blue up into third. Heather, you require a 7.63. And Surf and White sitting in fourth place, out the back with priority. Olivia, you're looking for an 8.25. So a huge thank you to all the contest organizers, all the sponsors, and especially to our host district, Ugu. A huge mention must be made to Anne Wright for all she does. It's really just non-stop for her. And being up in the tower with her all week, I've seen how much she does behind the scenes. So a huge thank you to everyone. 12 and a half minutes remaining, surfers. 12 and a half minutes on the clock. Situation, red leads with yellow in second, looking for a 5.46. Surfer in blue in third, looking for a 7.63. And surfer in white in fourth, looking for an 8.25. Twelve minutes remaining, surfers. 12 minutes on the clock. The girls in this heat deciding to sit a little bit wider. So situation, red leads at this stage with yellow in second, looking for a 5.46. Surf and blue, Heather Clark, you're in third place, looking for a 7.63. And surf and white, Ollie Brand, down in fourth, looking for an 8.25. But there's still plenty of time in this heat, and a lot could change. Surf and blue, having a look at this ride. This is Heather Clark, up and riding. She's representing Ugu. And she is a big local here at St. Mike's. That wave just going flat. Surf and yellow has a look at that wave, decides not to go. So priority is now white and then red. So white has first priority with red and second priority. So ladies in the water, 10 minutes on the clock, surfers, 10 minutes remaining in this heat. So surfer in white out the back with priority. She's waiting patiently. So watching the replay of Heather Clark. 9 minutes remaining, surfers. 9 minutes on the clock. Last of blue, a 3.88. It goes into your top two, Heather. And you move up into second place. So situation, red leads with blue in second now. Surfer in blue, you require a 7.25. Surfer in yellow, you're in third place and you're looking for a 5.46. And surfer in white in fourth place, out the back with priority. Surfer in white, you're looking for an 8.25 to advance. To win this heat. We are into the finals here. So a bit more of a slow heat than what we saw in the last over 35 men. Priority is white, red, yellow, blue. White, red, yellow, blue. Seven and a half minutes remaining. Surfers, 7.5 minutes on the clock. So just a reminder that the prize giving will be in the white tent behind Sea Bali, the Tidy Towns tent, sorry. Watching a paddle from Surf in Yellow, Louise Leprant. She's looking to replace a 1.48. And she's currently in third place. Aggressive surfing from Louise. And I've just been so impressed with her surfing. She's only 14 years old, working this wave through to the inside. And manages to finish strong. She's happy with that one. That was Louise Leprant. She's representing Nelson Mandela Bay. Six and a half minutes remaining, surfers. 6 minutes and 30 seconds. So time winding down in this final. Last of yellow, Louise Leprant, a 5.93. It moves her right up into the lead. So situation change, surfers. Yellow now leads this heat with a 5.68 and a 5.93. Surfer in red down in second now. Zoe, you are looking for a 4.61 to take the lead back from Louise. Surfer in blue in third now. Blue, you require a 7.73. And surf in white, Olivia Brand in fourth place, looking for an 8.73. First priority is with surf in white. Ladies in the water, 5 minutes remaining. 5 minutes remaining in this heat. And we just saw a big situation change. So yellow now leads with red in second, looking for a 4.61. Surf in blue, Heather Clark, down in third, needing a 7.73. And surf in white, Olivia Brand in fourth, looking for an 8.73. So it's the youngster out in front, Louise Leprant, only 14 years old. She's surfing for Nelson Mandela Bay, but she's actually a Scotborough local. And it goes to show. 4 minutes remaining, surfers. 4 minutes on the clock. Some action out in the lineup. Surf in red, Zoe Steyn having a look at this one. She wants to take the lead back from Louise Leprant. Unfortunately, that wave shuts down on her before she manages to do a turn. 3.5 minutes on the clock, surfers. 3 minutes and 30 seconds. As we see Surfer in yellow making her way down the beach. She's not going to let Surfer in red out of her sight. And she's sitting on Surfer in blue currently. So playing a smart heat here is Louise Leprant. She's out in front. 3 minutes on the clock. Situation. Yellow, Louise Leprant is winning this heat with Surfer in red, Zoe Steyn, in second place. Looking for a 4.61. Surfer in blue, Heather Clark, sitting in third place, looking for a 7.73. And Surfer in white, down in fourth, looking for an 8.73. But we know that every lady in this heat is capable of big scores. So we could see a situation change. 2.5 minutes remaining, surfers. Surfer in yellow up and riding. And kicks out of that one. Surfer in blue up and riding. This is Heather Clark. She's looking for a big score. Unfortunately, goes down on that close-up maneuver. Open woman. 2 minutes remaining in this heat, surfers. 2 minutes remaining. First priority is still with Surfer in white, Olivia Brand. Last of yellow is 0.5 and last of blue at 2.88. Doesn't go into your top two. So the situation is unchanged. Yellow leads with red in second, looking for a 4.61. Surfer in blue in third, looking for a 7.73. And Surfer in white, Olivia Brand in fourth, looking for an 8.73. 90 seconds remaining, surfers. So it is the youngster Louise Leprant out in front, one of the younger competitors, one of the youngest competitors in this event. And she leads this open women final. Surfer in white, having a look at this wave. This is Olivia Brand. She's waited patiently for this ride. And she gets to work here. Beautiful first turn from Ollie. And a critical second turn. Great surfing from Ilembe's Olivia Brand. She was currently in fourth place. And looking to improve on a 0.88, so I'm sure she's done that. We'll wait for that score to come in with 35 seconds on the clock. Louise Leprant, 30 seconds. "15 seconds, surfers." Ladies in the water, counting you down in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. So last of white, a 6.4, it puts her up into third, but the winner of the open women's final was Louise Leprant. So congratulations, Louise. Men in the next heat, counting you down to start in 3, 2, 1. So congratulations, Louise. She's from Scottborough, and she's only 14 years old. So an excellent result from Louise. I'm going to hand you over to Gig Cilliers to walk you through the Open Men's Final.
Oh, thanks so much, Gabby. Wow, huge result there with that women's title going to the young Leprant. Guys on the wall, on the pool, the judges are asking, please, if you can sit down. Thank you very much. Ladies and gentlemen, take your seats. The men's open final is underway. And on the backhand to start, look down to the left there because that right-hander is winding down the point for the backhand surfing of Thomas Lindhorst. And he is opening with a cracker. He's still going, and it's an exchange between white and red. Big backhand turns unfolding. Mitch Dupree in red is bringing his opener. So an excellent exchange on the backhand surfing here for the open men's final. Wow, Mitch Dupree in red, Thomas Lindhorst in the white. They get the accounts going, and strongly, may I add. And watch for the exciting surfing of Greg Emsley, the stalwart, already a national title in his age division. And Greg showing his pedigree that he's able to mix it up. Let's see if he can contest the open men's title. An exciting surfing taking place through the week for the young man in blue, Carl Steen. So Ilembe has a representative in blue. Greg Emsley, Buffalo City, along with Tom Lindhorst. And of course, Nelson Mandela Bay's Mitch Dupree opening strongly as well. So we'll wait for those numbers from the panel. They may marinate on it a little bit. Meanwhile, YouTube viewers are getting a view of a new national champion in the name of Louise Lepront. And that is a big scalp for the young teenager. A win in the open women's, coming in over Zoe Stein, Olivia Brand and Heather Clark. And when you hear names like Zoe Stein, you think of the current state of women's surfing. Of course, Heather Clark, the evergreen. And of course, exciting surfing from Olivia Brand in that previous final. So judges will just have a little debate. Excellent backhand stings from both Mitch Dupree and Thomas Lindhorst to get the men's open final underway. Of course, 25-minute heats, this one, plenty of time, 22 minutes to go. Thanks very much to those folks on the pool for sitting down. We trust that you all got your seats for this here, the final heat of an amazing week of surfing. Had a chat to the legend Ant Brodovich. He said undoubtedly the best South African championships of all time. A massive call considering that this got going in the mid-60s. There's been unbelievable events over the years. But favor and blessings from above, perhaps all Barry Wallens' fault. But what a week we've had here in St. Michael's. Watch the lineup. Massive knock to the lip for Greg Emsley. Former championship tour surfer, multiple champion. A man who sets the pace for South African surfing. And Greg, an expert of the Nahoon Beach lineup, of the Nahoon Reef lineup, all the points in the Buffalo City area, brings his right-hand point break skills to this men's open final. It'll be a first priority blue at the takeoff zone. First priority blue, no rides yet for Carl Steen. Well, a little 0.75. Meanwhile, numbers in for that first exchange. Surfer in white, you had the best of it, an 8.63. So Buffalo City can make a little noise, an 8.63 for Tom Lindhorst to get going. Mitch Dupree, surfer in red, your first ride, a 6.25. So strong statement from Thomas Lindhorst. Been watching him over the last few national events. Watch this tapered wave approaching here for the man in blue, Carl Steen.
Ladies title. Louise has won a title before. It was the under 14 division in J Bay. And Louise has recently returned from California, where she competed in the WSL Worlds and has carried that momentum through to SA Champs here. Louise, congratulations. How stoked are you? Tell us how it was out there.
Over the moon. I can't believe what just happened, winning over a pair of fives. It was very tricky. There weren't many waves, but I'm glad I got a few.
Well done. And being one of the youngest to ever take this title, must be a real stoke and confidence booster for you going into the events in the middle of the year like the Belito Pro and that kind of thing now. Tell us a little bit about the board that you were riding out there.
This is a Pixter model, one of my favorites. I've surfed it a lot.
What dimensions is it? Do you know how big the board is or what sort of volume?
It's a 5'4". I don't know how much volume.
All right, so well done, congratulations. And another interesting statistic for you guys, or fact, is that Louise grew up surfing in Scottburgh. So not too far up the coast, she knows these point breaks really well. So Ugu, you can give Louise a big round of applause too. She's kind of one of your surfers. Recently moved down to Jeffreys Bay and representing Nelson Mandela Bay at this event. But well done, Louise. What a great achievement. I can't wait to see what your future holds. Well done. Up to you, Giggs.
Well, huge round of applause again for a Women's Open champion. Her name is Louise Lepront, and that will set her on a wonderful course. Already a lot of competitive experience, and the young teenager takes a national title. Right, surfers in the lineup, 17 and a half minutes to go. Time call 17 and a half. Surfer in red, attention to your last ride, checks in at a 6.63. So red on 2 rides is the heat leader. White on a single ride of an 8.63 is sitting in second. So Thomas, you'll chase a 4.25 if you want to snatch the lead back. Red leads, white second. Surfer in blue, your second ride, now in a 7.75, Carl, 7.75. So a good building block score for Carl Steen, who now chases a 5.13. So second place chasing a 4.25. Third place chasing a 5.13. And Greg Emsley, your opening ride, a 6.25. Greg, you're in fourth chasing a 6.63. So the pace has been set by Mitch Dupree. Scores of a 6.25 and a 6.63. Best individual wave, first of white, an 8.63. First priority is with white. Second priority with yellow. Time call just over 16 minutes to go, surfers. Eyes on the lineup. Backhand attack now. Thomas Lindors building his second ride. Remember, he opened with an 8.63. This wave tapering a little bit on the inside, and he'll exit. But nonetheless, setting a second score for the judges. So here at Low, we've got your wife's cell phone, it looks like. All right, so judges pondering on his last score of white. Watch the lineup here, priority being played by blue. Carl Steen. He got a 7.75 on his last wave. Here he gets the run down the track again. Step floats around the corner. Let's go, another turn. Still some more on the inside for Carl Steen. White water, there's still more. Here's another section. Oh, and a little error. 14 and a half minutes to go, Carl Steen. And Thomas Lindhorst awaiting scores from the panel. Still just over 14 minutes to go. The pace being set here. All surfers have fetched scores in the 6s, 7s, and 8s. Standing by for scores for last of white, last of blue. Then a look at the heat situation. So judges pondering. All right, stand by for scores here. Numbers coming in. Surfer in white, your last ride, 7 points. You're into the lead of the Open Men's Final. Carl Steen, your last ride will come in at a 7.33. You check up into second. So new heat situation with 12 and a half minutes on the clock. White is leading. Blue now lying second. Red, you've dropped to third. And Greg, you're on a single ride sitting down in fourth. Here's the numbers. Blue to take the heat win. You're looking for a 7.89. Let's watch Greg Emsley in position here. Here goes Greg. Watch this one. He needs a big number. Beautifully off the lip. Electric from Greg Emsley. The former championship tour surfer still sets the pace when it comes to right-hand point breaks in South Africa. Emsley down the line. He's got to go into the high nines here if he wants to go from fourth to first. And that could be happening because that was a nugget of a wave. What a bomb. Just under 12 minutes to go. Everybody punching and getting big numbers. Stand by for a score for last of yellow surfers. Little over 11 minutes to go. Buffalo City, your man in yellow is going to fetch a score. I'm waiting for him to get a little closer. Surfer in yellow, your last ride, a 9.2. 9.2. So from fourth, now up to second is Greg Emsley. And he will now chase a 7.66. This final is far from over, folks. 10.5 on the clock. Lindhorst in white is leading. But now Greg Emsley, fellow Buffalo City surfer, has jumped up to second. Carl Steen has dropped down to third. Blue, you're now chasing a 9.11. And red, you've gone down into fourth, and you need a combo at this stage. You're sitting on a pair of sixes. So Mitch Dupree was into an early lead, but now the heat is settled. And it's 10 minutes to go, folks. 10 minutes remaining. Who is going to be the Open Men's Champion for 2023? Bragging rights to perhaps the best South African championships ever staged. A big call, but when you think of the 6 days we've just had, waves in the 8 to 10 foot range, excellent scores, plenty from all the age categories. What a visit to the south coast of KwaZulu-Natal it's been for every team member. First priority is with red. Second priority is with blue at the takeoff zone. So Thomas Lindhorst. And in and amongst the pack, yellow has to give way here. This is current heat leader Tom Lindhorst trying to up his numbers. Banks off the white water. This wave's gone a little flat. Thomas is just grinding through those rail turns. Now it stands up on the inside. Lindhorst, another snap in the pocket and a combination on the inside. And he is trying to get rid of a low score of an 8.23. He knows that Emsley is on the hunt for a 7.66. So the two Buffalo City surfers wrestling it out here. Can Carl Steen in blue find a 9.11? He has a pair of 7s, a 7.75 and a 7.33. The pace is high here, as you would expect, for a national title. Leading this heat is Thomas Lindhorst in white, and we await another score from him with 8 minutes to go. Greg Emsley lying second, chasing a 7.66, but we await a last number of white, and here it is, last of white, a 6.98, not enough to change the numbers. Last of white not in your top two. Heat remains the same with 7.5 to go. White leads, yellow second, blue third, and red fourth. Remember, red has priority at the takeoff zone. Blue has the second priority. So opportunities here for Mitch Dupree and Carl Steen to up their numbers as they chase for a national title here. And red's going to show interest. Little section ahead. Will he go to the air? He does. And Mitch Dupree, realizing that he's down in fourth, he's got to build some numbers. Blue's got the priority in this situation. Carl Steen's chasing a big number here. He'll get underway. Watch blue. Little drift of the fins for the first one. Now down the line. Can he punt? No, he can't. So no change to the situation. 6.5 minutes to go. Now a first priority and opportunity lies for yellow. Greg Emsley with the single best wave of this open men's final, a 9.2. Thomas Lindhorst, current heat leader in white, owns the second to best ride of an 8.63. But care of the pair of 8s, Lindhorst is the heat leader. Emsley chasing a 7.66. And with 6 minutes to go, this is where the experience will show for Greg Emsley. Can the younger generation fend off the experience of Greg? Lovely questions to ask as we start wrapping up this final heat of an amazing week here in St. Michael's-on-Sea. Of course, not enough can be said for Steve and his team at Tidy Towns, for what they do, for the vision, as they challenge many municipalities and areas around the country to similar thinking. If the government's not going to do it, well, we'll show you that the individuals of this country, the citizens, will do it themselves. That's how much we love this beautiful country of South Africa. And not enough can be said for Tidy Towns' contribution not only to the streets and the neighborhoods of this beautiful region, but of course to South African Surfing Championships, of course to Surfing South Africa. And the combination of Open and Masters together has really worked out well. An amazing attendance here and a celebration of this beautiful sport of surfing here at St. Michael's-on-Sea. I mean, it's winter, folks, and it's 25 degrees. There's not a breath of wind. Marching swell lines coming up the coast from the colder Cape regions. And watch the lineup, folks. We spoke of an opportunity for Greg Emsley, and here it presents itself. The clock is on 4 minutes 14, and Emsley's not going to engage on that one. So back to the drawing board for Greg. Thomas Lindhorst staring down the possibility now of a South African Open men's title in 2023. First priority still with red again. White has the second prio. Blue on third priority. No changes to the situation with white leading. A yellow lying second, blue lying third, red lying fourth. The Open men's final with 3.5 minutes on the clock, surfers. 3.5 to go to crown the Open men's champion. Here goes Emsley again. Watch on the inside. Another in and out for Greg. The tide is coming in, folks. So the waves are just softening up a little. We're coming up to nearly 3 hours after the low tide mark. And Emsley will patrol the takeoff zone with a fourth priority. So he's at the bottom of the ladder, so to speak. Does Thomas Lindor start blanketing yellow? Watch white and yellow here. Two teammates in Buffalo City. But right now it's an individual title on the line. 2.5 minutes to go, surfers. 2.5 to go. Does Carl Steen find another opportunity? Time call, 2 minutes, 15 seconds to go. White, you are the heat leader. Yellow lying second, chasing a 7.66. Blue lying third, chasing a 9.11. Priorities are first red, second priorities with white, third priorities with blue. What does Greg Emsley do? And more importantly, what does white do? So two goofy footers, two natural footers make up the Open men's final of 2023. Clock is on 90 seconds, surfers. 90 seconds. Thomas Lindhorst balanced on the edge of perhaps a destiny which he set in place a number of years back with his performances at Nahoon Reef. We remember Buffalo City ran a number of national championships a few years back. And Thomas Lindhorst fed off that energy. Now finds himself on the brink of a national title. 1 minute to go. And we stare to the horizon on an incoming tide. And we puzzle the question, do we see a few more sets? 45 seconds to go. The Open men's final now with 30 seconds on the clock. It's never over till it's over, folks. This coast has provided set upon set through the last 7 days of people being in their zone. 10 seconds to go. Ladies and gentlemen, the Open men's final starting to count down in 3, 2, and 1. Ladies and gentlemen, put your hands together. Thomas Lindhorst is going to be your Open men's champion for 2023. And Greg Emsley's going to get the runner-up. Carl Steen will finish in third. And Mitch Dupree, folks, will take out the fourth place. And that is it, ladies and gentlemen. What a week it has been here on the lower south coast of KwaZulu-Natal. We're going to celebrate. We're going to have a great time as all our champions in the multiple age groups will get their hardware. We're going to be at the Tidy Towns tent. It's now 1:30. We will kick off at 2 p.m. with our prize giving. So, folks, once again, thank you to each and every one of you. A long list of sponsors to thank. We will get a couple of words from Thomas Lindhorst shortly. Of course, this whole event being broadcast on the YouTube platform. So many people, perhaps by now, it's a weekend around the world, reaching out. Everybody's favorite part of South Africa to be this time of year. Big thanks to the judging panel. Of course, our YouTube viewers, scenes here from St. Michael's Beach. Cranking waves all week long. And Thomas Lindhorst is going to be the national champion for 2023. So Goofy Footers take out both men's and women's open titles in 2023. That's an interesting fact. And here comes the chair up the beach, your new national champion, Buffalo City's Thomas Lindhorst. Of course, formerly the region known as Border. 2 representatives from Buffalo City making the final. Of course, good to see Ilembe being represented. Ilembe, the northern side of the city of Durban, eThekwini. And Nelson Mandela Bay, of course, representing in the final as well. It's been a good showing from all of the regions. Ugu, the local stretch. Heather Clark making a final in the open women's. And of course featuring in the women's over 30 final as well. eThekwini getting titles with Dan Redman. Ugu getting titles with Gavin Roberts. Ilembe, proudly represented. Got a title with Andrew Banks. And we'll crown all of these winners and hand out medals and trophies shortly. We'll get that underway at 2 p.m. So about 25 minutes, folks. We'll see you all in the Tidy Towns tent. We are waiting to hear from Thomas Lindhorst. And here he comes, folks, in front of the tower, your national champion, your open men's winner for 2023. Thomas Lindhorst, who has built momentum over the last few years and gets a national title. I saw this young man back in 2014 at the then SA Champs. There was that back-to-back run of events in East London, in the Buffalo City, and it's nurtured talent and it's propelled and inspired. And with that, let's go down and hear from our new national champion shortly. Just waiting for the thumbs up for that one. You already see him on screen. All right, let's go down and speak to 2 Goofy Footers.
Thank you, Giggs. I'm here with the Open Men's winner, 22-year-old Thomas Lindhorst from Buffalo City, East London, taking out the win in the Open Men's. You came into that final as a little bit of a dark horse. In previous years, as Giggs was saying just now, you have won a Pro Junior. You won that Pro Junior at Port Alfred a couple of years ago. But your form coming into this event was unbelievable. And after those couple of heats earlier in the week, everyone was talking about your backhand. Tell us how it went out there, Tom.
Oh, thanks so much. Had the last year a lot of finals and good results, but struggled to put it together at the end. And then when I came here, like the waves turned on, and it's very similar to Port Alfred. I'll be surfing there a lot. And I just thought, if there's a contest I'm going to win, this is it. So got lucky with a good quick shot, and then yeah, Greg came back strong, but lucky to keep him off the end.
So Tom was spent a bit of time in PE. You said you were studying there recently. You're back in East London. When you're in PE, I know you spent a lot of time in shooting across the J Bay and catching some swells there, and really refining your backhand surfing. How does this pointer at St Mike's differ to a point like Nahoon? And then tell us a little bit about the board you were riding in the final.
So yeah, this wave I'd say like is close to Port Alfred, and I've been surfing there like Reef. I don't know, the Reef. It's like you really got to look for the sections where it just seems to always be there, especially on this bottom section on low tide. So yeah, it's quite an easy wave to ride, I think, and apparently it's pretty good for St Mark's. So stoked we got waves, and then the board back on fish sticks. It's a Surf Punk model. Yeah, they're going really well. I've got two, and I couldn't decide which one to ride in the final, but I'm happy I chose to ride the 510, and yeah, it's going really well. So thanks, Simon, for the gift boards.
Well, there you go. Your name is going to go on an incredibly long and very high-profile list of names on that trophy. So well done. Congratulations, the new South African surfing champion. Back to you, Gigs.
Big round of applause, ladies and gentlemen. Thomas Lindhorst is your national champion. And the Buffalo City team will take another trophy south. And folks, with that, we're going to say goodbye to you. Thank you so much. Please, as we pack up, just pick up and let's keep things tidy. And we'll see you all at the Tidy Towns big awning. And travel safe, folks. Thank you so much.